Hey everyone, today I am here with Travis and we're going to go over some of the legal questions that we had the other night with some of the other guests. I was actually going to see if you could go on that night. We had Fiend and Necessary on and things got pretty heated about some questions that I don't know because I'm not in legal field. Oh, and there's Fiend right there. One of the things that was brought up was there had made, like in some of the confessions, there may have been some kind of statement made by Richard Allen saying or confessing to had touching a minor prior. And we were trying to explain to Necessary. In my opinion, I don't think they could use that in a double murder or homicide case, being that they are... Yes, it may be sexually motivated, but could they use that against him in the case itself?
Wow, I wasn't aware of that. So it's not hearsay because it's a statement from him. So the rule on it is, would that be relevant? And you're right. It would not be relevant if you admitted to prior crimes. Wouldn't be relevant. But there's a provision in the evidence code that even though not relevant, you can enter things into evidence to show things like motive, purpose, plan, that sort of thing. And so frequently prosecutors will try to get in what they call prior bad acts evidence in the guilt innocent stage. And they have to bring it in under that provision to say, well, we're not offering it to prove that he committed the murder. We're just showing that he offered it. We're offering it to show that this is consistent with his MO or his plan or that sort of thing. And so, the only they would have to show enough similarities between whatever he admitted to happening in the past with, what they're trying him on now. It's certainly not going to be automatic. It's going to have to go through a gatekeeper hearing.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Is they would, if they brought the witness in that he had previously had touched, the witness, it would have to be something along the lines that they would have to say, yeah, he held me at gunpoint and forced me to do things, or else he said he would kill me, kind of thing. Is kind of how I felt about the admission into that.
And you'd be right. It's prior bad acts are not relevant, but there's in certain limited circumstances, for the limited purpose of showing certain things, it could come in. It's not an automatic. It's one of those things that the state would have to jump through hoops to get in.
Okay. Which again, I have made the statement very clear to many people. I am not pro-prosecution. I am not pro-defense. I want to see all of the evidence to kind of see what happens. So when someone brings up evidence on either side, it takes, my brain, I just start trying to comprehend how it fits in.
Because it's important to kind of know how, as a practical matter, this stuff does come in. And so for example, the Odinism or third party suspect evidence, as a practical matter, that's not going to come, if a big if they got some of these third party suspects, some of these names, and I'm not up on the facts like you guys are, but I keep hearing Ron Logan and Holder.
Yep.
They're not going to call those people, well, they may, but the defense isn't going to get that in through by calling those people and putting them on the stand and hoping for a Perry Mason moment. It just doesn't happen that way. The way that evidence comes in is through detectives involved in the investigation and asking questions, what did you know, trying to show the jury that they knew enough, that they should have followed up more, that they didn't do a good enough job in ruling them out, and that they're still a viable suspect in the case. But that's generally how that comes in. And so, yeah, it's, the way we kind of think, and especially when you are in social media and people, you have really good folks in your chat, really sharp people, and you're used to kind of just throwing your thoughts out there or your theories. It doesn't work that way in court. The defense can't just stand up and start talking to the jury and saying, here's someone we think is a much better alternative. Let us tell you about, Mr. X or Mr. Y. It's got to come in through testimony from the stand. And so we lose sight of that a lot until the actual trial starts. And in this one, it's not going to be much better, because as of right now, it doesn't look like it's going to be televised at all or any audio. And so we're going to have to rely upon, there's some really good people out there that are superb at getting the meat of it, the important things, and taking really good notes. But even then, you need 2 or 3 good scriveners, I call them. I used to call them note takers. I call them scriveners now. You need 2 or 3 good scriveners, and then between the 3 of them, you have a good idea. And I think we saw that a lot with this 3-day hearing. You'd hear from one side, or their notes would be up, and you'd hear from another side, their notes would be up. And I didn't really see much disagreement between the notes. It's just what was of interest to that particular scrivener, or even if it wasn't that, it was just there's so much information, they just missed something that somebody else picked up on. And so it takes 2 or 3 really good scriveners to kind of give you a more complete picture. But no, it's important to know how this stuff goes down, because when we talking about it at this stage, it's completely different than what's going to happen in court. And I think, people understand that and, know that's going to be the case, but it's hard to make our brains transition to that. We're used to advocating theories or, addressing other people's theories and, being skeptical or being in agreement. All of those things assume those facts, that information, those theories are ultimately going to end up being heard by a jury.
Yeah. And that's kind of like where I get, like, that's what I tell everyone is theories and ideals are cool for social media, but it's not admissible in court. Like I said, it's you got to have hard, solid evidence, and right now the evidence is what we don't know.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you know, this is one of my interests. Has been studying, you know, what is it about true crime at whatever stage. True crime initially was, you know, pulp fiction books in the 50s, detective magazines in the 50s, then Truman Capote's blockbuster In Cold Blood, and then documentaries, Thin Blue Line, West Memphis 3 trilogy, and
is it okay
but so it's people are attracted to the genre for a lot of different reasons, and there's a number of academic articles that I've been studying and reading up on. You know, they really don't have a clear picture of what the quintessential true crime fan is, but you know, just looking at it, I identify that, you know, there's an entertainment value to it, and who done it, and kind of looking at what we do know and coming up with somebody, and part of that process, that aspect of it, it's kind of like, I hate sports analogies, but it's kind of like, you know, having a favorite sporting team and you run into somebody that's the rivalry, you know, an Eagles fan and a Cowboys fan, and oh, you guys suck, and you know, all of that, and regardless of maybe what the stats show that year, one way ahead of the other, that's just kind of the natural thing. Or, you know, I remember the wrestlers of the 70s would, you know, Hulk Hogan and
is it all right if Phoenix comes up and asks some questions?
Yeah, sure.
Legal questions. All righty. I always ask the guests. I know next week it's going to be, what'd you call him? The almost attorney, Aspen. He'll be on here next week, next Wednesday. Yeah,
I really enjoy. I've been on a number of live presentations with Aspen, and we always have a good time. He's I've said it from the very beginning, very sharp, and he's done very, very well at digging in and trying to understand what, you know, some of these pleadings are saying that are complex, and you know, he does a really good job at that.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing some studying to try to figure out some hard questions for him.
Is Aspen actually almost an attorney?
I cannot confirm or deny. Oh. I do not know what he does in his spare time.
Okay.
Or, matter of fact, or his personal life at all. I know that's the nickname that Travis gave him.
Gotcha.
What was the questions you had?
Oh, I was just goofing around. I'm not really going to steal a boat. I figured that's probably.
Oh! It wasn't about the case. Oh, come on now, Fiend.
I'm just trying to.
Anyways, yeah, I don't advise. I advise you not to steal a boat, and I'm not an attorney. Travis, what do you make of the, how many is it, 60, 61 now, is it, confessions that's quote unquote been made?
Yeah, so it was a couple, I think, mentioned and stuff early on, whether it was what it was disclosed from the PC affidavit ultimately or whatnot, but a couple of phone calls to family and wife hanging up, that kind of stuff. And then the number 30 something kind of was rolling around. And I guess at this last 3-day hearing, number 61 came up. And then, I've seen other people report that there's actually is made 100 incriminating statements, 61 of which are specific enough to tie to the specific to the the crimes, what he's charged with. It's just really difficult to say. The reporting I saw is during the hearings that, again, there wasn't a lot of specificity, that they were describing different types of confessions, admissions, and that they were generally putting them in categories, that they had general attributes. And so that one of the sides, the attorneys, was using the analogy, they go into various buckets, and like a bucket of water. And these are where, he mentions girls, or, this one he's mentioning, killed, or this one he's mentioning box cutter or knife. I'm just throwing out examples. I don't have any idea what was said at the hearings. We're getting transcripts and going to do more readings of those, but until you really have that. But I'm not getting a sense that any of the 61 statements were discussed with specificity. That doesn't mean that they're not everything that Nick McClelland and the prosecution team, they're not everything that they're representing them to be. But it's, for example, I killed them girls. That's, you get enough of them and varied types. Of course, the ones that are going to be most concerning is that there's a claim, from what I understand, that there's at least some statements by Richard Allen that have sufficient details that only the killer would know. That's going to be pretty difficult to overcome if they're admitted into evidence. And, you can explain duress and bring in an expert, but you can bring in the mental health issues and the medication and all of that. But even in the case where you have somebody interrogated for hours and hours, and it's a false confession, and it has all of the red flags of a false confession, primarily being that detectives are feeding the person information. And when they're asked initially, about what time of day, did this happen? And they're off by hours. It happened at night, and initially they say it happened during the day. And then they kind of feed more info, and then by the end of it, by complimenting the person whenever they get closer and closer to the truth, their truth, it's getting warmer. They end up with the exact time of day, but it's even when you have that situation, you have an expert come in on false confessions, like Richard Offshee and the West Coast, and there's a couple of others that are really the forefront of the study of that and documenting that it does happen and how it happens. Even if you have an expert in like that, it's still very, very difficult for a jury collectively, or people individually, to conceive of admitting to something that you didn't do, especially a murder. So that's kind of what my thoughts are on it. We're gonna, like most things in this case, we're gonna have to wait and see at the time of trial what these things are. I think the majority of them are going to be things that were overheard, so those witnesses will have to be called in. There may be some that are recorded, and then some are going to be third party. I was asked to, I volunteered as a trustee to be a, whatever they call those things in Indiana prison.
Suicide companions.
Suicide companion. Yeah, thanks. And all of a sudden he blurted out, thus and so. That's how those are going to come in. And I've had cases where a police officer was alleged to have done something, and then others heard about it in jail, and thinking it might do something for their sentence or their situation, they jump on the bandwagon and say, oh yeah, I saw that officer do the same thing. And fortunately, the cases I've had where that's occurred, I was able to show that, well, actually, usually the detective's able to detect that these people had no personal knowledge. What they picked up, they either got from the news or newspaper, or
so it'd be admissed as nothing more than hearsay.
Yeah. And but even that being, and jailhouse snitches are notorious for it. They'll have tons of exonerations where there was a jailhouse snitch, and then later on the jailhouse snitch recants, says, I did it to get years off my sentence, or this or that. And then DNA shows that the person, there's no way they could have done it. It was somebody else. But, they just have no credibility. But, in a close case, state's going to do what they're legally allowed to do. And they get to say, well, the evidence is relevant. It's proper under the rules of evidence. It's not hearsay, and it's, up to the jury to believe, to determine whether this person's believable or not. And in these horrendous cases, a lot of times juries are just not able to separate that stuff out. Now, I practice in Texas almost exclusively. I picked up a little bit of Indiana law, but I don't know Indiana law near as well as somebody like, Michael Osbrook, who deals in that post-conviction stuff. But I asked him really early on, and in Texas, if the judge doesn't suppress a statement or doesn't suppress a piece of evidence, and we feel it's illegally obtained, we can bring that up as a jury issue, meaning the jury's instructed, if you find that this evidence was illegally obtained because they didn't get a warrant, or that the statement was illegally obtained, meaning it was coerced, you're to disregard it. But judges can do that because they're trained to do it and they know how to filter things out. But you're asking 12 people in a community almost right next door, with 2 young girls being murdered. It's a huge leap to expect 12 jurors to be able to filter that stuff out. And then when you that might work on 1 or 2 of the calls that are recorded, but then you start to pick up the number, and it just becomes insurmountable. It's hard to even get them to really stick to a beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty standard. You get people kind of, they're leaning, and they're off the fence, and they're kind of like, well, I think he probably did it. Well, that should be an automatic not guilty. Probably it's nowhere near a beyond the reasonable doubt standard. And if they tend to lower their standards in gruesome crimes because why take a chance? Why, I don't think they're consciously thinking this, but well, if I decide to stand tough and hold out, even though I think he's probably guilty or likely guilty even, he's going to be out in our community again. So,
I don't
let him
think he's
handle
going to be in that.
let him handle on appeal.
I've got a question about a specific part, and I'll just kind of state kind of what my general understanding of some of these numbers and stuff. So I think the 61, whatever they are, I think it's hard to tell what the state is really trying to represent those as a whole, because they've been really wishy-washy with the words as far as whether they're incriminating statements or admissions or confessions. So not sure, I'm sure some of them fall more towards one of those definitions than the others. But only a handful of details, like snippets, came out for any of them in the hearing. So I still don't think they have a great idea about that. Now, with the numbers, I think the 30 number was closer to like the number of witnesses that would be able to testify to these statements, but we didn't know how many statements there were. There could have been a handful and they just had multiple witnesses per statement, or there could have been hundreds of statements and this witnesses covered multiple statements. So we've got like that 61 number now. I don't know where the 100 one comes from. I guess I don't know.
To me, and I can't remember where I heard it, but it was, somebody's usually fairly reliable on these things.
I've also heard it, but I guess if you got 139 of them that you're not going to use, then you're still at 61.
Yeah, that I heard that came from McClellan or someone on his team.
So my question is about so I believe it was a law enforcement officer that was up there and made the statement that, that some of these include things only the killer would know, and my question is like, how loose can he be with that kind of a statement? Like, for example, if, you've got a statement that, the murder weapon was a box cutter. Now, that's something only the murderer would know, but does it also have to be accurate? Like, if we know that the murder weapon was not a box cutter, you're still allowed to make that kind of statement. Is that considered something only the killer would know, or that doesn't really fall into that category, right? It has to match up with
No.
reality.
So I think where people get confused on that is when you're sitting down in an interview room with a detective across from you, and you're being interrogated. The investigator can bluff or lie to extract a confession, and Supreme Court said that's perfectly acceptable. That's a valid interview technique. But it's when you're making an assertion as to why an admission not in the interview context that somebody overhears, yeah, I did it, and this is what I did, and it's detailed enough, and again, really thankful for these questions, because so how does this work in trial? So that same detective or whoever heard the statement, suicide buddy, or its tape phone call that he reviewed later, or picked up by microphones in the prison on video somewhere, he'll be asked, okay, you got this statement, and did you find it credible? Yeah, I found it credible. Well, why? Well, he said this, and he described this particular thing with a tree, and he described this particular thing with this individual, and he described something specific with this other individual. Okay, and so why are those things important to you that you just took us through? Well, those are things only the killer would know. Okay, well, what do you mean by that? Well, on purpose, we did not release any of that information to the media. We redacted that from the probable cause affidavit, or whatever it was. So yeah, it will be important. Well, it was a box cutter. He described that he used a box cutter, and lo and behold, the coroner agreed with that, and the autopsy report's never been released. So yeah, that was important. And then if it turned around and it was like, well, no, a box cutter was never ever suspected in this, and it's ruled out.
I mean, we kind of do know that.
Yeah, what's going to happen is then on cross-examination, it's, well, that not only is that something that not only is that not something only the killer would know, it's inconsistent with the crime scene, which makes the statement unreliable, which makes the statement such that it would have a red flag that you would be suspicious of it. The same as if he said, I shot and killed one of the girls, and they have no gunshot wounds. And I think something like that was floating around for a while, but obviously, her being shot isn't consistent with something only the person who committed the crime would know. So I hope that answers your question. But
well, I guess my question is more about this guy being able to say that. Like, what if it turns out, like, for the most part, these are all inconsistent. But he said that they were things.
Well, that's why they ordered the transcripts.
Well,
so
the transcript
they get him up there, and
well, the transcript isn't gonna. Well, I mean, the transcript will say that he said that, but the transcript isn't going to show whether that's an accurate statement or not. You'd have to compare it to the actual, like, statements that Richard Allen made. But if it turns out, like, I mean, are there?
That's going to be the whole context why he's on the stand. So that person's on the stand and says, I reviewed all of the video, and here we caught him saying it's a box cutter, and he used a box cutter to murder the girls. And let's just say the state says, well, we're going to leave it at that and not go any further. And then the defense is going to get up there and cross-examine and say, okay, yeah, we hear that clearly. And according to you, detective, that's something only the killer would know, right? Well, no, I didn't say that. Then you whip out the transcript and say, you recall testifying at a hearing on such and such a date. Yeah. You were under oath. Yeah. Just like you are now in front of a judge and a jury, same oath. Yeah. You told the truth during that hearing. Yeah. And you told this court, stared her right in the face and told her that was something only the killer would know, right? Yeah. If they deny it, then you put the transcript in front of them and have them read the words out loud. And then that was a lie, wasn't it? Well, no, that wasn't a lie. What do you mean? Well, here's the autopsy report. You knew that wasn't a box cutter, was a knife, 4 inches long, 4 to 6 inches long, serrated. That's how you'd handle that. I mean,
so basically, it would just go towards discrediting that witness in front of the jury.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
what do you think?
People wondering what could happen to that person, like now, between now and the trial?
Maybe.
Yeah, nothing. We just don't know enough. You got to have the autopsy report, but certainly McClellan and his team aren't going to waste time on trying to figure out how to pursue that person for perjury. Typically the way that stuff goes south is, Mark Furman. You ever use the N word last 5 years, Detective Furman? No. Tapes come on. He used it routinely within the last 2 years, and they charged him with felony perjury, and he pled to it, and that's where the stuff goes south for people. But they're not. Prosecutors not going to go after a detective that is saying things like it's consistent with the crime. There's just too much wiggle room there. And a lot of it, it's from the questions that the prosecutor presented. That was Nick, right? Or whoever it was. They're the ones that said, and I think they even brought it up with the expert, something about a box cutter. But, there's just too many variables on that. They're not going to spend time on trying to go after somebody for that. It's just too much wiggle room there, because I've seen people describe box cutter like 50 different ways. And I've seen them post photos of box cutters, and their understanding of what a box cutter is completely different than mine. And the only thing that's going to matter is what the medical examiner, the pathologist, comes up with in terms of, it's a knife. They may say, well, could it have been a box cutter? And who knows? They may say, yeah, it could be. Just like time of death, that doesn't usually go into an autopsy report. It can, but I've looked at hundreds over the years, and I've never seen time of death.
I think that was one of the things that they said they didn't have in the hearing. There was no official time of death.
Yeah, I just saw a bunch of chatter about it. They don't even have a time of death. They don't even have a time of death. And I said, so that's what it says in the autopsy report. So, and then people, who were actually there, and said, well, no, they just said that, there's no mention of what the time of death is. And then they get off, well, they put the body on ice to get it to the ME's office, and no temperatures were taken. And, the fact is, still remains that, it's not something that's usually in the report, and it's something that usually they get from the pathologist on the stand.
What about with the wounds? Like, how detailed would you expect that to be? Because I think the only thing that we heard from the hearing was, and it was secondhand from an expert that had reviewed the autopsy, but that it was a serrated blade. Like, would it typically go into like how deep the wounds were, and would that be expected?
The wounds in a typical autopsy report are described in detail, the length, always in the metric system. So you got to convert from centimeters or millimeters to inches, but the length, the width, and the depth are described, because, it's extremely important. And they, if the wound looks in the least bit irregular, jagged edges or anything of that nature, they take lots of close-up photos with what's called a macro lens. It allows you to get very, very close. And then they also will section a part of that and do what they call histology on it, where they'll take that section of skin and they'll put it under a microscope and magnify it. And pathologists are trained in observing those, looking at those slides and being able to identify things like a serrated blade, sharp, dull, and that kind of thing. Now, about the only thing that would tell them that it wasn't somebody skilled can cut very, very deep with a box cutter that's sharp. It's just like a scalpel. And I don't know, how many people have actually seen a real scalpel. Most are disposable now, but I mean, but it's because you're dissecting, you're cutting through layers, one little layer at a time, and you can go all the way through a body with enough time and enough skill. You can start at the at the sternum and go in through the gut all the way out the back. You know, you're not going to go through the sternum or anything, but same with the neck all the way to the cord. But, you know, a single slash, they'd be able to tell is not a box cutter if it's more than, you know, a half an inch deep. And they can tell things like multiple incisions, multiple cuts, that somebody was dissecting away. Very similar to how you know, skin animal you've killed hunting is, you know, once you start an incision and you start pulling the skin back, then you just start making cuts at the base, and the skin comes right off. And you know, you could skin a deer with a box cutter. Could you, you know, go in and clean out the, you know, all the vital organs, with, you know, is what's done. Couldn't begin to imagine the mess and how long and the nightmare that would take. But, you know, the pathologist can get down to some pretty good details, and especially what the fatal injury or injuries would be, you know, which is with a knife is typically going to be severing a major artery enough that, you know, the person bleeds out, and they'd be able to say, well, you know, this one's superficial, this one's, you know, that's not, you know, enough to be fatal. And then, you know, this one that went into this particular artery, in my opinion, that's what caused it. And then, you know, how deep down is that artery? In the, you know, neck area, it's not deep at all. In the, you know, the aorta, which comes out of the heart and heads up towards your head, then it makes a U-turn and goes down. That artery is very, very well protected and would be very, very difficult to sever that without a long knife penetrating deep into your abdomen. But the carotid, which is, you know, one of the most important arteries, that's what provides the blood to the brain. And the brain uses the vast amount of the blood supply. That's why that artery is so big. That wouldn't have to be deep, but, you know, we're just going to have to wait and see what my understanding was the pathologist was not called. I don't know if they've deposed the pathologist yet. I suspect if they haven't, they will be very soon after that hearing. But it's just going to have to wait until that pathologist gets on the stand and describes the injuries they observed, and, you know, go through the photographs. They may have photographs of the microscopes are such that they're able to get good high quality digital photos so they can explain to a jury what it is they observed and why it led them to the conclusion that it was a dull knife, a sharp knife, serrated knife, that sort of thing. But like most things in this case, it's going to have to wait until the pathologist gets up there and testifies.
But you would expect with an autopsy that they would be able to definitively say whether it was or was not box cutter, probably. Just based
whether it was or was not what it cut out.
A box cutter.
They're never going to be able to say it was a box cutter, because a box cutter, the ones I'm aware of, they push and pull from the bottom, They're super cheap, which is why they're given out to employees at drugstores and grocery stores all over the country. It's 2 pieces of aluminum, and you pull from the bottom, it pulls out. You pull the razor blade out. The razor blade isn't like the ones for a Craftsman knife that you push in and out with your thumb. It's a razor blade that's straight across, that you see them used in paint scrapers all the time. There's no.
I would call both of those a box cutter. I guess I would think more of the fixed blade utility knife. Like the cheapo box cutter seems very.
I thought there was testimony that was given by the CVS to him.
I think this is something that's coming from a Richard Allen statement or something. But
I thought there was testimony that they went to CVS and said, "You guys give out box cutters," and they said, "Yeah, we do."
I don't know if it got that specific. I know they said that they went and saw that there was, in fact, a dumpster there, but I'm not sure. I'm not.
I had heard
that would be something for the transcript, but I wouldn't jump to any conclusion that they're only giving out cheapo box cutters to employees. Like, they could give out a good box cutter. I mean, I have a good box cutter.
No, they don't. They don't, for a couple of reasons. So, one, they give out the cheapest stuff because we always take them home and forget them and or lose them. Number one. Number two, you're trying to reduce injuries as an employer and keep your workers' comp claims down. So you don't want something designed to open boxes by cutting through tape.
Well, but now we're jumping through a lot of things that we are assuming are true. I'm just saying, we have to assume that it's accurate, that it was issued to him from CVS company, and that he wasn't mistaken about that. But generally speaking, I mean, even with a good kind of box cutter, more of a utility knife, has a fixed blade that it's retractable with your thumb, and that has a blade on each side that you flip around. I mean, it's
why would you assume it? Why would you assume it's that? No one's seen that at CVS. No one sees that. No one sees that at grocery stores.
Yeah, I mean, then you have to.
It's just not what they give out. So
I know, but then you have to assume that each element of a statement is all true, or and maybe not all of it's true.
Yeah, they won't be able to say. They won't be able to say it's a box cutter. They're not going to be able to say it's a box cutter.
I'm just saying, even well, I mean, a cheapo box cutter seems ridiculous.
They're not going to be able to say box cutter.
What do you think about the quote unquote forensics that they did on the bullet? Trying to compare it to his weapon.
Well, so talked about that. So, I mean, if Richard Allen didn't have bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. But Indiana's got a case right on point. Says that's good science, and up to the defense to bring out any problems with the science. Matter of fact, Indiana doesn't have any problem at all with it being an unfired cartridge. Texas, we have a case that they wouldn't allow testimony about comparing tool marks, and they allow an absolute match. They allow them to say this cartridge was ejected out of this gun, and the cartridge being the one from the crime scene, and the gun being the one that they collected from his house. Some states, they've made them pull back a little bit, that it's consistent with being ejected from that gun, and which is a little bit less, but not Indiana. So they already filed a motion in limine about it last summer, a year ago in June, I think it was, and I think we're getting those transcripts too. I don't even know if there was much of a hearing on that. Sleuthy kind of got me some of those documents, and I've gone through them, but there's just a very general motion about that the defense filed, a motion in limine to keep out the tool mark evidence about the cartridge. And attached to that were the two reports that were done by the tool mark examiner. And that's what little we do know comes from that. And, it appears that the exemplar cartridges they used to compare with the one found at the crime scene, those were actually fired out of the gun, although that's not 100% clear. The language is a little bit vague, but it looks like they fired 2 sets of 3 rounds out of the gun, and are comparing the tool marks with those, with one that was manually ejected, meaning ejected by hand. So, it's a lot is going to come down to the expert that they've got for that. But they had this hearing. I need to go back and see what the defense filed, if anything. I can't even picture in my mind an opposition to it. So I don't know if they filed that motion and then there was some discussion at a hearing, but an order is out saying the defense motion in limine is denied. And it went further, which a lot of people didn't catch, went one step further and said the testimony of that expert, that woman, is admissible. So not only did they rule that it's inadmissible, they ruled that it is admissible, almost like they don't need to qualify her. But they've got a pretrial ruling that her testimony on that subject is going to be admissible at trial. That's extremely rare, that far out, but it is what it is. So it's coming in, and it's just going to be a matter of the defense having an expert, having an expert that can prepare them to, effectively cross-examine the state's expert. And again, in cases like this, in the past, that's been more than enough evidence to convict somebody. Not in the case with, putting aside that this cartridge was unfired, it was manually ejected, but tool mark evidence has been more than enough to convict somebody in murder. There's a couple of cases about it, this exact type of thing. People convicted, appealed all the way up to the Indiana Supreme Court. Indiana Supreme Court, the only evidence tying the person to the murder was they found a gun, an AK-47 style gun, in the person's house. That caliber ammo at the murder scene, and tool mark examiner did the comparison and said that cartridge at the scene came from this gun, and it's in his house. And then, that's all it takes. So it's he's in a very difficult, precarious spot.
The defense is likely to call a competing witness or expert, right? And
I would think so.
Somebody that says no, it doesn't match, and it's ridiculous to say that.
It's going to be fashioned differently than that. That would be the type of thing they'd say at a pretrial hearing on getting a judge to exclude it. But it's been ruled on to be admitted. So it's going to be more testimony about, in my opinion, you just cannot be that precise. In my opinion, all you can say is that it could have come from that gun, but it could have come from other guns. Let me show you some examples. It's going to be that kind of testimony. They get in there and say, "Oh, this is bullshit. It's junk science," and basically, that jury's looking at this person going, "So, Mr. So-and-so, wherever you're from," and again, with Richard Allen's luck, he's going to be from New York or California. The jury's going to be looking at him. Oh, so in California, we got this California wingnut out here saying, this stuff's unreliable, but the judge says it's reliable. They're going to get the judge.
That assumes some things of the jury. I'm wondering, I've kind of, I think that people that might be more familiar with firearms would know that that's not very realistic to be able to match something like that.
You're completely wrong on that. There's one organization in the whole country.
You think I'm completely wrong on that?
The one organization in the whole country that one organization in the country, and I keep hearing these people have no idea what they're talking about in terms of forensic evidence, say, "Oh, this is junk. No one follows it." Somebody, just one state, tell me one state that doesn't accept tool mark evidence on cartridges.
No,
I would love to know, because I'd use those cases in Texas, but people are in a freaking dream world that that there's going to be all of this testimony about how weak this evidence is. Bullshit. The evidence is going to be this thing's is better than a fingerprint. This is better than DNA. It's not 1 in 15 septillion. This cartridge came out of that gun. That's 100% certainty. That's not even a probability.
Well, it's definitely not going to be that strong, because the report doesn't say, it states that
it absolutely does. If you know how to read a report,
it says that it's a subjective opinion that it matches.
She's going to get on the stand and she's going to say that cartridge came out of that gun, just like she did in the 23 other cases she testified in. I don't know where people get so derailed on this stuff. They live in a fantasy world, seriously.
But that's beside the point, because that's the state's witness, and I'm not disputing that that's what the state's witness is going to say.
So let's go back to the question. Here's the question. So are they going to get a corresponding expert that's going to get up there and explain that this is all bullshit? No, because they can't. But they're going to have a corresponding expert. Sure, they are.
And so I'm paraphrasing, where I didn't say that they're going to say that it's bullshit, but they'll make an argument that you can't really tell. Exactly what you said. They're going to say it could have come from other guns. Maybe they'll provide examples and say, look, these other ones were. I think
the more precise way of saying it is that they're going to point out that they're giving too strong of an opinion based on what the science is. And what they will point out is that organization has told people that belong, you shouldn't be making absolute identifications and matches, that they say you should be very careful about the way you phrase when you find consistent marks, and they've backed off on that a tremendous amount, starting with all of the reports that have come out, the National Academy of Sciences report, then the Obama report on forensic sciences, and then a number of things. So I agree, they've gotten much more careful about forensic experts and what they should be saying, and they've exposed a lot of horrendous errors in forensic sciences when you go overboard and say this bullet from this gun, but yeah,
so I think
that's what they're left with. But it's not not you, but I mean, there's a lot of people out there that are like, well, that science is no good. But let's go to the other.
I do say that. I
know
that
who
science
are
is no good.
Experienced with guns. I've grown up for years, since 10 or 11 with guns, and then have for a few years experience with automatic weapons, every type of gun, and do a lot of trap shooting and skeet shooting on top of that. They say they can even tool mark the ejectors on a shotgun, auto ejector, not the typical trapper skeet gun, which are breech loaded. They break down in half. But how many have seen in a stereo microscope, which is the way it's going to be presented at trial? They'll take a photo from the stereo microscope, and the stereo microscope is simply, you have the object, being compared to.
All of that's beside the
No,
point.
it's really not beside the point, because you're missing the point. What's a jury gonna see about this?
No, this is what I'm saying, is that a jury of people that are not familiar with firearms are like, the state's expert is maybe very compelling. To people that are more familiar with firearms, I think they're going to be much more open to
no, they're not. They're going to hear the expert, and they're going to see the photo.
Okay, but they're also going to hear the defense's expert. And I'm just saying, people that are familiar with firearms, the defense's expert is actually, they're going to be able to rationalize that a lot better than somebody that has no idea what either side's talking about.
Exactly. So it's going to go that, or they might be able to destroy it in cross-examination with the recent things that have come out with the various commission studies. But we've got this CSI syndrome out now, where it almost works against prosecutors, and unfortunately or fortunately, whatever point of view, they figured that out. So now they voir dire on it, and they'll say, are you going to expect me to show you DNA evidence in a case like this? Are you going to be able to convict without DNA evidence? And every once in a while, person said, yeah, I've just with modern technology, I just won't be able to understand how you don't have DNA or fingerprint. And it's because, the CSI have
come up, because we know that they've tested a lot of people's DNA in this investigation, and you would assume they're not testing it to test it against something they don't have. So we assume that they do have something.
Yeah, we're back on the jury though again. So in voir dire, the prosecutor is going to be trying to identify people that are going to hold the state to a higher standard in terms of what there should be. And if anybody says no, I think you should have DNA, or the good reason why you don't, well, the state's going to kick them off. And because of that,
so that's what I was getting at. As far as I think that there'd be, you know, I guess my premise is that I think there'd be an advantage in voir dire that the defense try to get people that have familiarity with firearms, because they're going to understand both arguments a little bit better.
Oh, I agree. And then, you know, so obviously, you know, they're not, it's just a really difficult thing, because who's going to be, what's the average person from Allen County going to be that has a lot of experience with firearms?
I mean, I would say that's a fair portion of really any Indiana man.
Indiana man. So he's going to be white, over 40.
No, I would include African Americans there as well.
So you have white, over 40. And
no, I mean, I'll pull it up. I've got it somewhere as far as like the proportion of Indiana, the demographics of Indiana that own a firearm. It's very, very high compared to like a lot of the state. You know, it's much higher with the men, and it is much higher with white men. But you know, it's not just limited to that.
Yeah, we don't care about that. You got stats on gun owners in Allen County? That's all we care about.
Well, I'm sure they have those as well. I mean, it's going to be similar across most counties in Indiana.
You got to start digging deeper. Okay, so Allen County is different from Carroll County in what way?
Well, you got a major metropolitan area. No, yeah, you got a city in it.
Okay, so let's just go on the you know, this is, you know, jury picking 101. So Allen County is a blue county. It's close. It was 60-40 2 cycles ago and 55-45 last cycle. What is Carroll County?
I mean, dramatically different, but like
deep
red,
60-40.
Sure.
So
what does Carroll County have to do with anything in this equation? None of the juries coming from Carroll County. It doesn't matter what Carroll County's demographics are.
I messed up my thing here. I'm just, you got to understand, I'm just pointing out the differences.
Oh,
so
I'm aware, but I'm just saying that, like,
hang on a minute, just listen for a second instead of running your mouth. And you really will learn something because you're bright. So you let's just say the perfect person in terms of tool marks is a male, 30 plus, and he's going to be white or African American. Then you have to look at, is that person, how are they going to be on the other issues? How are they going to be on Odinism? How are they going to be on many, many other things? So you can't isolate issues. So on that issue, the perfect jury would be 12 men. Lots of gun experience. Agree, disagree? On just the issue.
I think I agree with that.
Yeah.
Generally,
so
taking the odds.
But there's going to be other issues that women are going to be better for. And so it comes back to group think and group dynamics. And frankly, you know, you can almost a lot of times identify who's going to be the foreman. 8 out of 10 times, I think, is my record. About 80% I can pick the foreman accurately, but so can everybody in the whole damn courtroom. I'm not magic. And it's a type A personality. You can kind of just tell. And, you know, there's a whole art to picking it. And why it's important is how these issues are going to resonate. Because if they don't get the right jury, even though they're going to get, I think, a more receptive jury out of Allen County, tremendously more accepting of issues on these horrendous crimes like this with a lot of notoriety, they tend to feel pressure and they tend to relax the burden of proof. You know, if it was a stealing gasoline case, or, you know, they're going to apply that standard beyond a reasonable doubt. You know, there's a photo of the guy putting a nozzle in his gas tank and pumping and then driving off, and no clear face, but boy, it sure looks like could be him. And they got his voice on something else. Some things are consistent, some things aren't inconsistent. Case like that, they have no problem saying you didn't prove it to me. Case like this, unfortunately, it gets relaxed because of the practicalities of the situation. But no, the defense is going to bring in their expert, or at least have an expert prepare them very, very well. I think they're going to do an excellent job of bringing up what all of the shortcomings of that science are, the specific shortcomings of trying to do it with a unfired shell cartridge, that the opinion of the state's expert is too precise given the science and given all of the reports. I think they're going to bring up all of that. And then, you know, they've got to deal with whatever the number is. You know, it doesn't matter. It's just going to depend what the nature of them is. If he said, I killed them girls 61 times, and 20, 30 different people heard that exact phrase, it's on audio. I mean, there's some things you can do with that. But if there's 2 or 3 5-minute narratives and mentions a sharp instrument, box cutter, hunting knife, survival knife, you know, sharp, and that's consistent with the autopsy report, and, you know, they can't keep that out. You know, they are going to have experts on that too, to say things like, and they even got it from one of the state's people. I think the phrase was psychotic break. And, you know, we'll just have to see what's going to come in. I don't know how that's even going to be handled at trial, because they haven't been brought out specifically. They're not. She's going to make a ruling about, you know, their suppression or whatnot. But even if some are not suppressed, I can't imagine the judge, allowing them to just put people on and say what they're going to say. So, you know, I'm assuming that the defense has everything, and defense doesn't have an obligation to specify it all out. They just need to bring up the circumstances under which it was given, which they did from what I could tell. Being seen by that psychologist, medication, his condition, the number of days in solitary confinement, being outside of jail standards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. they laid a pretty good picture of what environment he's in, but they're not going to want to bring it out because if they don't have to, because the defense, because they don't want specific statements out there 2 months before jury gets selected, and they manage to get them all suppressed. They're still floating out there, and the state could have gone into more detail, but I don't know why they didn't, at least in a few examples, but we'll see in the transcripts how detailed. My understanding is the same that you guys have, that he mentioned things that only the real killer would know. And so we were satisfied, wasn't making a false confession. Or those sorts of things. We deemed them reliable because of certain things. But just not gonna know on that stuff. What percentage of Indiana own firearms? 80?
Oh no, it's not that high. Let me see if I can find.
It's
I
okay.
would say it's probably in the upper 60s.
Which
I believe it's something like that. Let me see if I've.
And how did they know? Do y'all have to register them there?
Yep. When you purchase them.
No, I believe.
If you, I was about to say. If you have a handgun, you do have to have it registered, and you have to
no, you
be a
don't.
permitted carrier. Oh, did they do away with that?
No, yeah, we've got constitutional carry in Indiana now.
Oh, okay. I thought it used to be.
You don't need a license, a permit. You can buy a gun off the street. And carry it around, out in the open on your hip, and people do because they're allowed to now. You don't have to do a thing.
So how do they know you're?
I believe it's polling.
So it's probably inaccurate.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, polling can be fairly accurate.
Does the jury questionnaire go into questions on gun ownership?
I don't know. I know that someone turned up a jury questionnaire, but I never saw what was up with that.
I did. They sent me a copy, and I don't have it handy. Can't remember it if it did or not.
I mean, kind of speaking to what you were saying, like as far as the different issues. I kind of see like a little bit of a, the other thing, like talking about like Odinism as another example. I'm thinking white men are going to be much more familiar with like, hey, yeah, I know that there's Odinists around because. One of my buddies is an Odinist, and my brother-in-law is an Odinist. Like, they're also going to be more familiar with that as actual, like, a real phenomenon. So you almost start to see, like generally the defense may lean much more towards male jurors, and the state may lean much more towards female jurors.
So let me ask you this, since you guys have much more familiarity with the area. So I mean, I remember when I first started talking about the case late September, early October of last year, and then going into that Halloween hearing. Anyway, so at that time there were photographs of prison guards with Odinist patches. And I'm like, how on earth could the warden be allowing that? I mean, in Texas, a few other states, federal system, no way a police officer or prison guard is going to wear any type of thing like that on their uniform. And, it's just mind boggling that they were wearing it. But putting that aside, people that know people in Odinism and, Astru, the other ones, they're going to know people in that. But so what are they going to think? Because part of me is like, they're going to be thinking that's their religion. They get together and they do, this or that. And there's zero violence associated with it. There's zero white supremacy, zero, vandalism, zero.
Well, I would say that the zero white supremacy thing is probably not going to bear out just
okay.
Even anecdotally to people that.
But what about violence and sacrificing animals and
well, the sacrificing animals? I mean, that is a fringe. That is fringe even within Odinism for sure. Nosotros, that is not the majority of these people at all. But I mean, right. I think a lot of like where people are most likely to have like some like familiarity with this is probably like if they know like biker dudes, because those people are like, there's likely to be some Satanists and Odinists among those groups, and they're also likely to be, especially within those groups, also have white supremacist tendencies. Not that they're criminal in any way, but like at least you're drawing some connections and some familiarity with that as being an idea, because I know that just from knowing those types of people.
So what percentage of the jurors would you guess? It'll be a little bit less, I bet, than Carroll County, but what percentage of, if you brought in 100 potential jurors, I think they're bringing in 150, but if you brought in 100 and they were honest, how many, if you asked, how many of you either have a family member, close friend, someone you work with who is an Odinist? How many would raise their hand? And when I say Odinist, I mean all that are included.
Man, I think that's hard to tell. I would
say probably guess. Less than 5.
I mean, I think it's probably, I mean, if you're talking personally, yeah, I mean, it's going to be, very few. But when you expand it to like family members and friends, coworkers, I think it's going to be higher, like much higher.
Really?
Than 5, much higher than 5. Yeah. I mean,
I didn't even know Odinism existed until this case.
Dude,
who in chats in Indiana? Because I see numbers banging around all of the time, and depending on who's talking about it, but I
mean, I don't think that it's like particularly more popular in Indiana than elsewhere, but it's extremely popular, and year after year, it's extremely more and more popular. It's a very fast growing, like belief system that, like, I mean, you can go to go to a YouTube channel that like is like Norse paganism, and they'll have like 200,000 subscribers. Like they're huge. Go to a Facebook website that sells like custom battle axes to Odinists, and like.
But I was about to say, is paganism?
Nobody, nothing. 1717 is from a neighboring county and says they see stickers and tattoos all over. They're saying 20, so 20%, 20 out of 100.
And it's a huge thing in military culture too. You see a lot of like it's like the Viking stuff. Like then the more like these Viking shows that get popular, the more people get into it. So it's really been like mainstreamed, like in a lot of different like sub communities, like in the military community. It's been very
what's up, Mark?
Project
Well,
Valhalla and stuff
yeah,
like that.
and so yeah, it's with so if you say that if you're in the military and you say you're in you're an adherent to Nordic paganism, Odinism, whatever they list, depending on your MOS, you can wear a beard. And same with federal prison guards and state prison guards. If you put that down, or Muslim, you can wear a beard. And so I've had clients, that's been their issue. Here's our beard policy, and this is what I want to do. And so, yeah, I've seen that, and this is my question, and I'm just not asking it the right way. So you have people that are in Odinism, they have the tattoos, they have the stickers, they're wearing a beard.
They've got the hammer around their neck. That's like the big
so
one.
how many, so people, and let's say it is 20% or more, but it's not going to be like, there's a few counties, towns in Texas where KKK is still active, very much so. There's a case from 1998, for example, where I don't know if y'all have Adopt a Highway in Indiana. If you're
oh yeah,
you adopt like a half a mile and you pick up the trash once a month or once a quarter. Well, the KKK applied on a Texas highway, Route 10. It goes through Viator. Anyway, heading towards East Texas, the border there, almost to Beaumont. And they wanted to have Adopt a Highway, Texas Ku Klux Klan, and the Texas Department of Highways said no, and they fought that all the way up to the Supreme Court, and KKK lost. In case anybody wanted to know, but interesting, they were represented for free by the ACLU, which is predominantly a Jewish organization, but
I don't know. I would call it a Jewish organization.
Law, like politics, makes for strange bedfellows. But in any event, so 20%, there's a high likelihood that they're not going to be looked at much differently than Lutherans or Catholics or Shriners or Moose Lodgers, or right? I mean, or a old graying motorcycle, quote, gang, unquote, organization. Bikers for toys. I mean, we have all of that stuff, but that's, I don't want to say mainstream, but you see what I'm getting at? That,
yeah, no, I see what you're getting at. I don't, I just brought it up as people that might have familiarity with it. Like, just, it's not going to be a completely foreign concept. That's actually completely different of whether they have a good opinion. They might have a better, if they know somebody, they're probably more likely to have a better opinion of it than a worse opinion of it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's going to be super impactful versus familiarity with firearms and be able to understand like what's being explained about firearms. I think that would be much more significant. I mean, I think
right up to the point where they hear 61 confessions that, might be on the fence with, but
well, I have no idea how compelling those are going to be because we don't know any of the details really.
Yeah, we don't, but the after direct, it'll be compelling on the cartridge. It's just gonna depend on what they can do with it with cross. But I think a lot of people are off base. Go ahead, the real dragon. Type it out. I can. Oh, or whenever. I mean, it's not my show. Anyway, Real Dragon wants to come on and ask a question, but
oh, he said he'll be on in 30 minutes. But he wanted to ask a question just in case you're not on.
I'll be on till 11, 12 midnight Eastern, 11 Central. I'll be on until at least then. But so you've got this. I think people are, and I've been saying this since last October. What people have conceptualized the way that defense is going to use Odinism and runes, and I always felt was extremely misplaced. I didn't think until this hearing that they were going to come in and say it was a ritualistic killing. I thought, they'd come in and say, look, one of the key detectives in the case, Detective Click, now retired, here's his background. He felt that there were signs associated with this particular group, and that there would be a connection. The killer would have a connection with that group in some way. And he was so concerned about it that he wrote a letter to the DA, and it would all be Odinism's just the subject matter. It could be that it was Catholic, that the person who did it, clearly they were raised Catholic, or they are Catholic, or they're Baptist, or whatever.
Mark asks,
So,
have you seen anything that's gone on publicly so far that would warrant a post-conviction appeal?
Yes, and I'll talk about that in a minute. It was going to be the focus on that, and it wasn't just one detective. It was, part of the team he was working with, and they were deeply concerned. They wrote, and then the questions would be focused on if it was a third-party suspect, well, aren't they Catholic, or aren't they raised Catholic, or Odinist or not Odinist, and you didn't follow up on this. You didn't make that determination. This particular third-party suspect said things that showed possible, I'm just going to say, Republican Party. Keep Odinism out of it. That shows that they're Republican. Did you check to see if they were a registered Republican? Did you see which primaries they voted on in the past? Because these people saw these things that showed the killer is clearly Republican, and it was going to be about the integrity of investigation, bias. They were overlooking things. They had tunnel vision, et cetera, et cetera. But then the expert what's her name? Dawn Perlmutter. She, from what I understand, again, we're gonna have to wait for the transcript, discussed, and I know she used the term, it's a textbook example of a ritualistic type homicide. And so, I don't know exactly what they're going to do with it, but I was kind of thinking, and where I was going with my question, if 20% of Allen County knows, 20% of Allen County, this panel is either, Republican, knows a Republican, has a family member as a Republican. They work with Republicans. They see, Republican tattoos. They see Republican bumper stickers. They see Republican yard signs. And yeah, they know these people. They might even go to church with these people, work with these people.
I don't know about
kids go to the same school, and parents go. They're at football games together with Republicans. Just how much they're going to be able to show that, they're familiar with it. They're familiar with what they do, and it's clear. It was a Republican murder or Odinist ritualistic murder or whatever. And I know I'm using extreme hypotheticals, but if it's the larger the number, to me, makes it more normalized, which is going to make it, there's no way I'm ever going to think that parents that I see all the time at church, at school functions, their kids with my kids, and they belong to this group. And I work with people that have those patches or tattoos, and that they're going to think that that's the big connection. I always thought it was the weakness of the investigation, but
I also thought that the weakness of the investigation was going to be key, and I'm a little bit surprised of how much they've doubled down on a very specific angle here. But what started off with Todd Click and one law enforcement officer, it expanded. It's not just his team of two FBI agents. Like, we're closer to a dozen law enforcement officers that were well onto Odinism angles. And just naming them, you got Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy. So that was the first team. And then you've also got the now, which is new information, that the FBI agent Nicole Robertson, that wrote the warrant for Ron Logan. She also specifically stated in a deposition that she was looking for, in the search, was looking for books on that was paganism. You've got emails between Doug Carter and Jay Abbott that are referencing Brad Holder and to him being an Odinist. You got Roland Purdy interview with Brad Holder about Odinism. There's now you're much. Also previously stated that the Odinism angle was something that they knew about. So that doesn't seem to be it's a poorly kept secret at this point, that lots of them knew about the Odinism angle. So that's all come out. So I think there's quite a lot more than it was previously, for sure.
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about this order that got filed yesterday that was on the clerk's docket, but wasn't available until this morning, concerned about that, even though it wasn't ruling on the state's motion in limine on the various terms related to Odinism and those sorts of things. But, it did rule that in terms of the motion to dismiss, that they didn't show enough, and that there was some wording in that order that could mean that the court's also of a mind has prejudged the motion in limine, and third party suspect, and on the investigation. I think she'd have a very, very different.
I agree with that, and I noticed that as well. And it's not the first time, because on the previous motion to dismiss, the court, Judge Gall, by herself, unilaterally declared that Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were not suspects, which turned out to be completely false. That was not true. That they absolutely were suspects, and it's documented all over the place that they were. And in this one, to deny the second motion to dismiss, she says that there was nothing provided to show that Brad Holder wasn't cleared, and thus he was cleared. But I don't think that we know that either. I think that she's way overstepping what she's able to definitively say, because those things don't appear to be all that true.
Pardon me for interrupting. I'm just going to step away for 15 seconds. You'll know when I'm back. You'll see me on cam. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, I've been so quiet, guys. Hey, DB, nobody, Melissa, Mark, everyone in the chat, hi. I haven't said much. It's been it's been a good conversation so far.
DB says, OMG, it's my favorite NM actor and my favorite cat, but it's unclear which is which.
I don't know what an NM actor is, so.
Nick McClelland actor.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. We were reading through the November 22nd transcript, the first appearance when after Judge Gold got appointed by the Supreme Court. And so I'm guessing that's 2 years ago, November of 22, maybe. Yeah. Anyway, he says multiple times in there, the basis for not wanting to release the PCA and the charging instrument was that they suspected more individuals were involved. He said that 2-3 times during the hearing. It was a major point. So that's shifted. And that can be pointed out. That's fair game. That was originally a theory, and then it changed. And if you can show that they gave up too soon, or bias, or they didn't make a concerted effort to follow up those theories by not doing something, that it's still viable, and that can create doubt. Saw that in Karen Reed trial big time, how not third party culprit, which is what they call it in Massachusetts, but the integrity of the investigation and not doing things. And, why didn't you knock on the door? Why didn't you talk to these people? It was a shoddy investigation, and therefore did not follow up the possibility that something happened inside the residence, and then he ended up outside the residence. It had nothing to do with a vehicle. So that's was a great example at the time about how all of this is fair game in terms of the investigation. It is harder to get a third-party suspect culprit because you have to show a nexus or a direct connection. States use that term. Same thing. Some states say nexus, some states say direct connection. But
well,
so
let me ask you this, because they're obviously going to have to talk about this investigation, and like we know that the investigation went towards Odinism. Like it feels like it's hard not to get into some of these third-party suspects without taping off like large swaths of the investigation. Like, would they just be able to talk about
it's pretty inconceivable. It's inconceivable that she would preclude that, and that goes to part of the Real Dragons question. That would be one post-conviction appellate issue that would be pretty strong if they limited the defendant's ability to go into the investigation and what they did wrong, what they didn't do that they should have done, all of that. I think that's pretty solid. Then whether they get to bring in a third-party suspect, and the way that happens is, and it was in Karen Reed, for people who watched that, they wanted to mention certain people in the house as third-party suspects, and the judge said, well, are you planning on discussing third-party suspect during jury selection, voir dire, or in your opening statement? And they both said no. He said, okay, well, I'm not going to rule on it now. I'm going to reserve it. Nobody's to mention that in voir dire or opening. Then I'll hear the evidence, and when it gets to the part where you want to be able to ask certain witnesses about third-party culprit, you approach the bench at that time, and I'll make a ruling. Which that's how it's normally done.
So so you're saying, like, if she says no, you can't bring up Odinism, like that by itself is going to be a problem, because when they talk about the investigation, they're not going to be able to talk about the Odinism part, and that just wouldn't be allowed. But if she allows the Odinism but doesn't allow Brad Holder, like if they get into like, okay, start talking about Odinism, were there any suspects that you like started interviewing about Odinism, and they bring up Brad Holder, or like because they're going to have to.
Yeah, and so that's really good.
Then it's the door.
Yeah, that's a good observation, because if she says, yeah, okay, you're going to be able to bring in everything you want about the investigation, to the extent Odinism is relevant and you can connect that up, yeah. But then, no, you haven't shown enough nexus for third-party suspect. So they can still, using your example, it's not going to hamper them, the defense. They just say, you ran across people that had Odinist connections, or my hypothetical Republican Party connections. Yes, we did. They would not be able to ask the next question, who? Okay, that's the difference. And that's basically the way it was in Karen Reed until they established a nexus on the ATF agent, and they were able to ask the ATF agent point blank those kind of questions, like, isn't it a fact that you hit him inside the house? That
was a bit different because those are state witnesses, so they had just had them there for cross.
I don't understand.
Well, in the Karen Reed trial, the ATF agent is Brian Higgins, and that was a state's witness. So, he was already there on the stand. That would be like if Nick McClellan called Brad Holder to the stand. The defense is obviously going to have a hell of a cross talking to that.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. No, that's definitely true. But keep in mind too, in the Karen Reed, the state knew if they didn't call those witnesses, the defense was anyway. So they wanted to have them prepped.
Well, do you think something similar is possible in this scenario? Because it's almost kind of playing out a little bit. Like, do you think that there's some possibility that, knowing that the defense seems to be gung ho on this, they've clearly said they have found evidence that significant evidence that Brad Holder and Patrick Westlaw are involved in these murders. They just flatly said that. Knowing that, do you think that, seeing how the motion to eliminate stuff, pending how that pans out, is it possible they might want to call Brad Holder to get ahead of it while they've got their case going? They might want to preempt them a little bit?
Probably not if the judge grants the motion outright and grants the state's motion in limine on third-party suspect. Probably not going to call folks like Brad Holder and then make the defense do it, and then the defense can't lead. Because remember, if you make the defense do it, they can come in with a lawyer, and lawyer says, yeah, I'm here with Mr. Logan or Mr. Holder or whoever it is. Want to inform the court. It's not going to answer any questions. It's going to assert his Fifth Amendment right. And judge will say, okay, then we're not calling him. And then, you move on to the next one. And then, so you got to try and do it a different way. And that would be through the detectives that you ran across this individual, and he admitted wondering how, or trying to explain how his saliva could be in this location, all of that stuff. But I don't think that they'll do it preemptively.
Well, I mean, I didn't think they'd do that in Karen Reed either.
When we knew what the texts were, then I knew, because that's a different form of bias. That's not even third-party culprit. Text between the ATF guy and the Canton police guy over being so drunk that he left his gun in the other guy's car. And
yeah, but I mean, I'm kind of baffled by the whole Karen Reed stuff, because the alternative of the state not calling any of those third-party suspects was that the defense would be forced to call them as completely hostile witnesses. And I don't know, it just seemed like the defense got a lot more out of what the state did than the state got out of it. And, the end result was not a conviction. So I don't know that their strategy really panned out for them.
Yeah, obviously that stuff is, hours for other stuff, but a lot of questions about what my background is. I guess we just jumped right into it, which is the way I like to go. I'm a lawyer in Texas, and I do a lot of work for police officers, federal agents, and law enforcement organizations, Central Texas, but can be anywhere in Texas. And I've been a lawyer. It was my 38th year, and also done criminal defense and civil litigation and medical malpractice defense. And last 15 years or so has been primarily police officers and federal agents for stuff that they get into, and they're keeping me busier and busier with each year and the way things change. But the other, let's see. So
hey, well, let me ask you this. As far
let
as
me answer her question before she has to go. So
Sure.
post conviction, I think, and this goes back to what we were talking about before, things that were alleged to be untruthful on the part of the defense counsel and how things have changed. There's another example of that. I think Michael Osbrook's absolutely correct footnote that Richard Allen should have had a lawyer and should have had a hearing on the safekeeping before they just sent him off to prison. Michael thinks it's strong enough that they could even do it as a federal writ, which means like right now, interlocutory, and that if they were successful on that, they were successful with that, they could argue that all of those admissions, confessions, statements are fruit of the poisonous tree.
Right.
I don't know on that. He would know much better than me. And then I think on one of the Franks, if you make a showing that you're entitled to a hearing, and we're up to 4. I think on the second Franks, they made enough of a showing that they were entitled to a hearing. If you're denied a hearing, that's automatic reversible error. Those are the two biggest issues that I see. But people like Kara and Michael are way more qualified than I am to talk about the stuff, whether it's in Texas or Indiana. Being a post-conviction attorney and a successful one, like both of them are, they just have a knack at being able to see what happened and how that crosses the line for constitutional purposes. And it's because, I mean, when you hear Osbrook talk, I mean, he's not Googling stuff. We'll be talking about an issue, and it's like, oh, as a matter of fact, there was a Seventh Circuit case about 3 years ago where this exact same thing happened. Those post-conviction attorneys, they're studying the appellate court decisions with a magnifying glass every time they come out, because those are the tools in their toolbox. How a court will turn something just a little bit differently based on one little fact, and they're very good at identifying what the key facts are for that particular issue and making it work. But there's a couple in there, and then of course there's still 2 or 3 motions that haven't been decided yet that, depending on how those go, could have serious implications. The denying the third party, probably not going to be, that's a discretionary thing that's very, very hard to get overturned on appeal. But denying the right to go into the investigation, that is a much easier standard to get a reversal on. It's, because it's what we call constitutional error, and much easier for a reversal. But so that's going to be a big one.
Let me ask you a wild card question.
Okay, K is, I see you have super smart people. K, would it be structural error if they disallow third-party defense or prevent him from presenting his case? It would not on the third party, and I've seen K around before. I don't know where, or if it's the same K, but she brings up structural error because structural error was identified and recognized by the Indiana Supreme Court on the removal of defense counsel that
well, Auger also brought it up within like the first paragraph of her memorandum. Basically that same question. What Kay's asking.
That what?
Basically exactly what Kay's asking. Auger kind of premises that if you don't allow him to present his case, it's going to be structural error.
Yeah, that would be structural error, and but the third party, no, that's discretionary. Got to show a nexus. It's up to the judge to determine if there's enough of a nexus, it's a very, very high burden on the third party stuff. So I'm hoping that she does it the way the court does it, the way that most courts do, is look, I don't have enough right now that I'm going to rule that it is admissible, but I'm not going to preclude that possibility exactly the way they did it in Karen Reed. Don't mention it in jury selection, don't mention it in opening. Then when we get to that point that you want to ask questions that get into a third party suspect, approach the bench and we'll talk about it at that time. I suspect, given the way she's done things up to this point, is that she's going to rule before the trial one way or the other.
I think she should probably rule before this status hearing, because
maybe she ruled on the motion to dismiss.
When the status is, well, we're still waiting on the judge.
Yeah, so this, denial of the motion to dismiss, very short. You didn't show evidence, and their verbiage about third party suspects in there too, even though it wasn't a direct ruling on that issue. Yeah, it's Auger. French.
Travis, let me ask you a completely wild card question that you're definitely not expecting. So you mentioned that you had some medical malpractice experience. So drawing on that experience, so Richard Allen and Kathy On were involved in a long-standing case. Like, I think it may have gone between 5 and 10 years before it got settled, and that was within a year of the crimes happening. But like, what kind of case would both a husband and a wife potentially be on that involved a medical malpractice lawsuit against a doctor and a medical corporation?
So any personal injury lawsuit, doesn't have to be medical malpractice, any personal injury lawsuit that married couple and husband, let's say, has a serious enough injury to where the wife has a claim. We call it loss of consortium.
Okay.
The wife can bring that. That's typically, it's mostly about the interruption or cessation or lack of frequency of marital relations, but that's not exclusively that. It's also companionship. They couldn't go on a anniversary cruise together. They couldn't go and do the things like they went out dancing every Friday night, or they went bowling every Friday night. But that's it's pretty common on.
Okay, so it could be pretty broad where they're both listed as plaintiffs. And
yeah, you typically don't see it unless it's something more serious. But there are a lot of things. There's a lot of medications that can render somebody temporarily impotent. There are a lot of procedures, those that have to get their prostate fully removed. There is a high percentage, almost 100% are incontinent for at least some period of time. And then a pretty high percentage are also rendered impotent and have to get an implant or some other things, although the percentage is higher recovery there. But so if prostate cancer wasn't caught early enough and there could have been a less invasive procedure, you'd certainly see a loss of consortium claim.
Interesting.
No one seems to know what the exact allegation or medical negligence was, what kind of condition. But it's typically failure to diagnose and you're in a worse position, or it's a surgery and something happens in the surgery, but it would be public record somewhere.
This appeared to be like a
pretty hard to
doctor
expunge or seal a civil case. You could keep the terms of the settlement private and secret.
I believe it shows records destroyed on this particular case.
Really, records destroyed?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Because it's so old, or
it's not that old. It'd be I think final entry 2016.
Records destroyed. Well, that's interesting. You couldn't do that in the federal system. You can.
I've seen it a number of times on Indiana cases where final entry is records destroyed.
Yeah, that's interesting. I bet PFD could have a heyday with that, because it's clearly a violation of the Court Records Act in Indiana. Even I know that.
It's weird because there's enough information, records destroyed, and the doctor's name is anonymous, but just reading the docket, you can clearly see that his name is on there, and I believe it's just like a regular family physician. It's not like a surgeon or a specialist or anybody.
Yeah. Well, and then if they paid any amount of money, the doctor's insurance company, doesn't matter if the state case it gets sealed or the records destroyed, whatever they have, that settlement's going in the National Practitioner Data Bank, NPDB. There's no way around that. It's going to get It's going to go in the data bank. The general facts are going to be in there. And so, I mean, it's much more difficult to get to those records, but, you know, it can be done, but so I mean they don't.
What's that acronym again? The
NPDB, National Practitioner Data Bank.
Okay.
And there's no way around that. And now there has to be a settlement. So I mean, if you pay $1 or more, you're going in the data bank.
Was Mark's question ever answered?
What is Mark's question?
It was such a long question. Where'd it go?
Is that the name it's under, yeah. Mark?
It's under the Real Dragon. Have you ever seen anything that's gone on publicly so far that would warrant a post-conviction appeal?
I answered that. Two issues. One, we went over them. The safekeeping order without an attorney, and a flat out denial about anything with the investigation is going to trigger that. But then also the denial of even a hearing on the second Franks. Could be with a good lawyer, something can be made with that. But they were here, I think, when I answered that.
He may have been. I've been trying to keep track of everything while work at the same time.
Records destroyed. God, that's weird. Never seen that. Well, I mean, I've seen my mom's birth certificate, this little county between Fort Worth and Abilene, it destroyed in a flood. And when she had to get a birth certificate, again, she had to get an affidavit from the clerk that all of those records were destroyed, but not anything modern where, it would have been digitized, and certainly never seen anything since 2000 where it's got records destroyed, unless it's a minor, something highly unusual. And then they don't call it records destroyed. It's just sealed, because it's not something that the parties can agree to. I mean, take that judge. We want the clerk to throw out her file, burn her file. I can't sign that. And then even if he did, shows it to the clerk. I can't follow that. You need to get the Attorney General of Indiana to tell me to do it. I can't do it. But I learned some kind of new stuff about Indiana law every once in a while from this case, from the Indiana lawyers that jump in. But from what I've seen and what we had to look through on the Indiana Court Records Act that was handled by PFD, no way. I mean, should be public.
Well, I've seen that in a number of. I mean, I've done some just digging in the my case, Indiana my case, and definitely seen a number of times where that last entry is records destroyed. And I guess more often than not, I've been looking at things tangentially related to this case, but it could be about anybody.
Yeah. Now, criminal cases, and if they have an expunction or sealing process, then yeah, absolutely. Wouldn't say records destroyed. They delete any entry whatsoever. I wonder if anybody has contacted the clerk and taken the extra step and said, look,
Yeah, I doubt it on that particular one, but I think it. My thought was that it pertained more to paper records because obviously it's all there still on the docket. In Indiana, like if you got an expungement, like you can't even plug the case number into my case. It's not going to show anything.
Right. And there's no corresponding equivalent for an expunction in a civil case.
Gotcha.
I had one more question for you. Pertaining to the law enforcement losing or however it happened with, what was it, 70 days worth of interviews and questioning and stuff, wasn't it? Fiend could probably correct me on that. How often does that happen where they lose information like that?
Well, so back in the day when, they kept information literally on dash cams were with a video recorder, and it was a VH tape in the back of the patrol unit. Yeah, you'd lose that stuff every once in a while. And they would overwrite tapes, and they had a policy that you didn't rewind the tape and start it over again recording for 180 days or a year. And then if it got filed criminally, that stuff would be pulled. And so back when you had the old tape systems and before all of this digital technology that we have, it would happen, and that was just kind of part of it. But since digital technology and DVRs and all of that stuff, I've never ever seen it, and it is what it is. It's just, I don't think the court made a bad call on that in terms of not finding it to be a violation under Youngblood versus Arizona. And things could change depending on how the evidence comes in. And of course, that's going to depend on, this again goes back to third-party suspects. And, I realize it's all inextricably intertwined. It's all of this stuff's connected, and that those were interviews of people that potentially might have information or might be third-party suspects, and now it's gone. And how convenient, and just doesn't sound good. But they will still, or should be allowed, even though the Youngblood motion wasn't granted, they should be allowed to go into, you've lost in inadvertently, whatever the term that is acceptable to the court, you lost or inadvertently lost or destroyed evidence. That still should come in. And then, unfortunately, though, they're not going to get an instruction. And the instruction, your audience and you guys are way too young to remember Presumed Innocent. That was a movie from, I think, the mid-90s with, now it's a new series. That's a completely different story. But anyway, there's a line in there that there's, and I'm not giving anything away on the new series if you haven't watched it on Apple, but and watch it, by the way, because if you have Apple TV, it's an excellent series. And then in Chicago, number two, the discussions about trial strategy, some of the exact same things we've been talking about tonight in terms of how's this going to go with the jury. There's a lot of discussions between the suspect and his attorney about how to do different things. And the suspect is a lawyer. And so, they're batting stuff back and forth, and it's very, very realistic what they're talking about in terms of issues. But the original movie with Harrison Ford, there's a glass, and it's got, and they pulled fingerprints off of it that belonged to the murder suspect. Well, they lost the glass and could never find it. So the judge said, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow the fingerprints to come in, even though they don't have the glass, but I'm going to give them the young blood instruction, which is, he told the jury, you're going to hear evidence about fingerprints. You're going to hear state says they got them off a glass. State got them off a glass that they found in the victim's home, and that the fingerprints are the defendant's. The states lost the glass. That very fact alone can cause you to have a reasonable doubt to acquit the defendant. I'm not telling you what you should do, but you should be aware of the fact that they lost the glass is enough for you to have reasonable doubt. And then, boom, the testimony came in. So they're not going to have that. They're not going to have the jury being instructed. The fact that these interviews have been overwritten is enough for you to have a reasonable doubt. But they are going to be able to bring up, should be, that there were interviews that were recorded. They set up an elaborate system so they could safeguard these statements. And they don't have them. Pretty similar to what the testimony was at that one pretrial hearing they have, which I think wasn't that the last day they did the contempt, the first day or two, and then on that last day Baldwin handled that stuff. But I think we have transcripts on that stuff. But anyway, it should still come in on that. But I've never seen it in what we'll call the modern digital era. There's Gamby.
Yep. Gamby's, Big Fish. I don't know if someone else was streaming, but everyone's starting to pop in. They will have
Gamby's is everywhere. So somebody explained to me this color. I don't know if it's fuchsia, purple. All of the prosecutors are wearing that color. That gangsta trial in Atlanta, whatever his name is. 3 of the attorneys, 2
Young
on one
Thug.
side. What is it?
Young Thug.
Yeah. And so is it just me? I've been missing this color. And then I've got all of these emojis with that color. It's like I don't want to. It's like a flashback from the 70s, being on acid almost, but a lot of purple. But the purple in the avatar is the same purple or fuchsia. So what's the deal on that? Is that the color of the year, or has it been out for a while and I've just been oblivious as always?
I wouldn't have the slightest clue. I don't know anything about that case.
I was about to say,
except I know that both the opposing candidate DA has promised that they'll dismiss the case if they're elected, and they're pressuring the current DA to dismiss the case now, which I think is weird, but I guess people feel strongly about this case being dismissed.
Yeah, so first 70 days entirely gone. And no, never seen anything near like that. But it's already been ruled on, wasn't intentional. It doesn't qualify under Youngblood. That was the findings. I'm not saying I agree with it. But, I talked about this at the time. I think a little bit more emphasis in that hearing that Baldwin did about the technology side of it. Where's the owner's manual? Don't have the owner's manual. Find out what model it is. Get the owner's manual. That's easy. And, just find out what has to happen. What settings do you have to make? And I think McClellan said he was actually involved in that personally. Office staff person. Put him on the stand under the rule. Judge says in his affidavit he did the settings. I just want to ask him about it. Okay, well, how did you know about the setting? What's your understanding of the setting? What do you have to do? You go in there with your remote control, settings, overriding, and I think it's highly suspect too. And I don't think they would have been prepared for that at all. And you don't have to have an astrophysicist come in to say, look, that there's no way you can do that on this machine. How do you know? We went out and bought one and we set it up and we tried to duplicate. Does any of this sound familiar from Kara Reed? We tried to duplicate how you would do that, and we recorded and recorded and recorded. We could never get it to overwrite the tape. The only way, and I called the manufacturer. I got a hold and I talked to the engineer there at Toyota or Panasonic, whoever made the DVR. And they said the only way you could overwrite 70 days worth of data or X amount size-wise of data that to cover a 70-day period would be to intentionally overwrite it. You'd have to intentionally do it. But
I mean, that's exactly how you do it. I'll tell you exactly how it happens. You just need one fat Odinist finger to push that button.
Yeah. So we'll never know, unfortunately. And hindsight's 2020. It's easy for me to sit here and say, I wish they would have done that. But as I was reading through those transcripts, it's really, really nice having the transcripts. But reading through them, I'm like, oh boy, lot of stuff about YouTube creators and social media stuff, but not too much on the tech side. So as far as the judge,
it's kind of it's unfortunate that the two hearings were kind of held back to back, because the YouTube stuff was all related to not the motion to dismiss. It was all regarding the contempt hearing, and it gets conflated a lot because there was the regular hearing and then there was the silly hearing.
Yeah, so fortunate she even set them, and Footnote wrote a great motion. I call them footnote. Footnote 1 was basically a warning to the judge that, not really a warning, but pointing out the clear law that if you grant contempt, it's an automatic original action. And I thought it was absolutely brilliant. And then his second footnote was great too. But
well, that may have been impactful because Hennessy won the contempt hearing hands down.
Yeah. You win, you state, you miserable idiots, you failed to prove it entirely. So I'll be reporting this to the state bar tomorrow or whatever she said in there. I'm going to send all these issues to state bar, but they don't have anything to worry about with the state bar on that. But
we've never heard anything about it since. It's not like we've heard that they've taken to investigating them or anything like that. I don't even know if we should believe that she actually did that.
But there's been a number of things. You guys mentioned a couple of hours ago when we started that there were a number of things that were represented in hearings, either in the written documents or argument or testimony, some of which implicated the defense as being untruthful or worse, lying, and several of those things you all have identified have turned out maybe a little bit differently, that the defense has been vindicated a little bit, possibly, and typically don't see that either. You don't see, and then I'm really not conspiracy oriented, but just sitting here thinking, maybe it's just natural human nature. I'm like, well, maybe they were saying all these exaggerations. Let's just call them that. That they were exaggerating all of these things, and the warden was coming in and saying these things that now, in hindsight, knowing because of that psychologist testimony, that what the defense was asserting in changing the safekeeping conditions, probably, much more accurate than what the warden or the sheriff. One was just by an affidavit, no testimony, that, oh yeah, they were willing to do that because they knew there was going to be new attorneys. I haven't seen anything that would remotely suggest that. Just seems like straw broke the camel's back, and the judge way overreacted, clearly overreacted. Calling the notice of claim unethical is just, I'll give you the technical term for it, batshit crazy. I mean, nothing unethical about doing a notice of claim for on behalf of your client about unconstitutional jail conditions. Not only is it not unethical, it'd be unethical not to advise your client that they had a right to pursue that, and in order to protect the claim, you have to file a notice of claim. Do you want me to do that for you?
How a lot of these things are going. Like the end result ends up, the safekeeping order is vacated. It took a long time, but in the end, the defense team is right, and they eventually got it. And if you just look at the general theory of a case, you see the defense team, a very shocking Franks memorandum that was not expected, but they've continued to develop that theory of the case. But meanwhile, on the state side, like the theory of the case that should be present from the very beginning in the PCA, it's still never been developed. I don't have the slightest clue what the state is really proposing is their theory of the case. I've heard the defense kind of like state what they're saying that the state is saying, but I've never heard the state say that. Like I've heard the defense team say, "Oh, you know, the state is saying that the murders occurred at this time and that Richard Allen did it alone," but I have not heard the state say those things, and I don't know what they're actually stating.
Wait! I must have misheard you. So you've heard the state?
I've heard the defense say what the state is saying, but I've not heard the state say what they're saying.
Okay, I got you. I missed that. Okay, I got you. I know what you're saying. You've heard the state say, the defense say, according to the state, it occurred between whatever, and then, and they do that in the context that, yeah, we need this phone data, or we need geofencing, or whatever we need in order to, test the state's timeline. But you've never seen the state come out in their pleadings to say this is what the timeline is, or in.
Well, I've never heard them state that Richard Allen is a lone wolf killer. Like I've never heard them state that.
Right, it's been the opposite.
I don't know what
they said. We believe other people are involved, and we don't want you to unseal the probable cause evidence.
Right.
We don't.
What we've heard more the opposite direction rather than stating that he's a lone wolf.
Yeah. So,
I mean, I you're kind of making a point there. Is like, maybe the defense team just says, "Hey, this is your theory," just to poke and prod them to get them to say, "Well, no, that's not our theory," because we don't know what their theory is.
Right, we won't know, and typically we don't know.
You'd say typically, because I think typically, like the PCA has a general theory of a case. They state the specific actions that a defendant took that constitute a crime. That wasn't stated in the PCA.
Well, PCAs are written by detectives and reviewed by DAs sometimes, not always. But if a case is brought,
this one was definitely reviewed by the prosecutor because there was some very specific provisions from the warrant.
It's not their theory of the case. It's not their theme. It's just enough to establish probable cause. And Texas federal system, Nevada, California, they have grand jury system. There's no PCA if you're indicted by a grand jury.
Sure, but I mean, I've seen lots of PCAs that do state,
Well, yeah, they state
the defendant
his DNA's here, or
shot somebody. Like that's part of the
the car was weaving. I pulled them out. They failed the field sobriety test.
I'm talking about a murder.
Yeah, but it's no different.
Usually you allege that there was a stabbing or a shooting that occurred.
Yeah, it's
this PCA.
But regardless, they're never bound by the PCA. PCA doesn't even come into evidence. Only thing you can use a PCA for is if the detective who signed the PCA testifies and says something radically different than what's in the PCA. So, for example, in the PCA, the detective says, the defendant made the raised just I statement, man, I shouldn't have had too much to drink. And then at trial says something completely different, you can impeach on that. But yeah, it's pretty typical that you don't know. I mean, we have a pretty good idea. It's based on the evidence that they have where they're going to be going. But if you got a case with a where all they have is tool mark evidence and confessions, guess what their case is going to be?
I mean, that's the only indication that we've gotten is that's what their case is going to be.
And then, they're, but there's really no excuse in Indiana because they get depositions. We don't in Texas.
Oh, really?
They can go out and depose in a criminal case. No, very rare. Out-of-state witness can't come in. Ill health. Judge will give you a deposition to use at trial, and we'll go to another state and do a video depo in case they can't come back for trial. They'll do it in that case, but absent that, no. They don't want to talk to you. Too bad. But in Indiana, you can take anybody's deposition.
So what's the deal with the deposition? Like, can somebody then say, no, I don't want to do a deposition?
No,
Because we kind of heard that like Patrick Westphal told them to go fuck themselves.
That what?
That Patrick Westphal didn't want to do a deposition and didn't. I mean, that's what I've heard. Like, they definitely did a deposition with Brad Holder.
They tried to subpoena Westphal, I think he said 3 times, and he wouldn't cooperate.
Oh,
okay. Well, it's just the same as a trial. If they try and subpoena him for trial and it doesn't work, that's a function of your investigator. But no, you got to get them under subpoena. But once they're under subpoena, they don't have any choice. Now they can show up and it's like, where were you on such and such a date of this year or this particular year? Isn't that sad? I don't even know the date.
So assume that that's correct, though. And Mark, thanks, Mark, because Mark's got some of the details that I was alluding to. But like, assume that's true, that they did try to do a deposition and subpoena Patrick Westphal, and somehow he's allowed to not cooperate with that. Like, what might that indicate?
Well, so let's
like,
get
is there a specific parameter?
Let's get the correct premise first. Not running down and accepting service of a subpoena is not uncooperative. So here's the rules. You want to depose somebody, you get a notice of deposition and a subpoena issued. You then, depending on the rules, either have to serve that personally. It could be by, in some states, certified mails, some states, email. Let's say Indiana's personal service, and which is the traditional way, and they go to his house. He doesn't answer the door. They know he's there, but he won't answer the door. They try 2-3 times. Then no, you don't get to depose him. Get a better PI. But it's not being uncooperative. What's the recourse for that? Nothing. Get a better PI. And get him served. And I mean, park out in front of his house, starve him out. There's lots of ways to get people served.
So that's
once they're served, they show up. If they don't, a bench warrant's issued for them for contempt. They go to jail. But they can show up and say, I'm not answering one question.
I'm wondering if he had like some sort of, like, if he was a federal informant or something, would that potentially provide an exemption to being subpoenaed and deposed?
You're getting way off the tracks. So
I don't think it's that far.
They just couldn't get the guy served. He's not a federal informant because of that.
No,
people deck service
a lot of
all
other
the
reasons.
time.
There'd be a lot of other reasons.
Oh, good Lord. I have no idea if he's a federal informant, but
No, I'm just saying.
don't use me to hook up that this guy's a federal informant.
No, I'm just
'cause-
saying
because he couldn't be
I'm just
served.
saying what kind of exemptions? Like who might have an exemption from being deposed and like dodging a subpoena like that? Besides,
Nobody.
the obvious.
Nobody.
Okay.
If he was a federal informant, he'd be in a different state and he wouldn't have that name.
The way that he made it seem was that at the advice of his attorney that he didn't have to show up. So do you think that he's just lying about being subpoenaed 3 times then?
Now, that could be that he didn't need to show up. And then that's on the defense team. But if they have valid service, he doesn't show up for his deposition, then now what that could
so
be,
when you say someone has
wait a minute, because so what it really could be, and if he has a lawyer, he gets served, and I think this is probably it. I kind of recall some of this and how this shit just blows up with people that don't have any clue about how this stuff works. So he gets served, calls up his lawyer. Man, I've been served in this thing, and I don't want to give a deposition. Well, you have to, unless you think it might implicate you in the crime. Well, absolutely, that's where they're going at me with is they're trying to drag me in this thing, etc. And then, okay, I'll handle it. Don't appear unless you hear from me. Then I call up Baldwin and or Rosie, and I say, hey guys, how you been? It's been a while, because everybody knows everybody. It's small counties. Yeah, I represent this guy you serve with a subpoena for a depot, and he's not going to be appearing. He's just going to assert his Fifth Amendment rights. And then they would say, well, based on your representation, he's going to assert the Fifth. Yeah, he doesn't need to appear. That happens all the time. Okay. Happens all the time for trial too.
So can I ask this? Like, say they're trying to depose him and they're subpoenaing him, and they want to go get a bench warrant to compel him to appear. Like, who signs that bench warrant? Which judge does that? Be a Carroll County judge or the county that he lives in? Would it be Judge Gull? Who covers that?
It'd either be Judge Gull, or it could also be any magistrate in that county, but it'd be in that county.
In his county or in Carroll County?
Carroll County.
Carroll County. Okay. Well, that would.
They live in Indiana, right? Not out of state.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the county can warrants, I assume, in Indiana, Texas, same way. Warrants are statewide. They don't stop at the county line.
I believe Patrick Westfall's claim.
Would they need to present something compelling to convince a judge to sign a bench warrant? So say my scenario is
this is what it takes. Here's the subpoena. Here's the affidavit from the process server showing we have good service. Here's the certificate of non-appearance by the court reporter.
Well, what I'm saying is if his attorney asserts the Fifth for him, can they take it further and get a bench warrant signed and compel him to come in? Or does his Fifth Amendment right that he asserts just kind of stop everything? No.
So the example I gave is how it works in the real world. Occasionally, the attorney who wants to take the deposition says, well, sorry, I don't know you, or I'm not going to be asking anything that could conceivably incriminate him. he needs to show up. If it's inconvenient for you, I'll reset it for you, but I'm not going to reserve. But if it's just inconvenient for him, too bad, he needs to be there. Then what has to happen, the attorney would have to go in and file a motion to quash the subpoena. Otherwise, it's failure to appear. You're subject to jail or fine for not appearing, just like a trial. But you have to file the motion to quash before the date and time of the depositions. I think there you have to give at least, it's either 15, it might be 10 days notice. So you serve them the subpoena, and the date and time for the depo's got to be at least 15 days or 10 days out. But that's going to be another thing, unless, who knows, Now, here's something else I didn't think of. So most locations, like in Texas, on criminal cases, you can either have a private process server serve, and you do that for private retained clients, or if it's court appointed, which I don't really do much of any at all, you have the constable serve it, and then they charge the county. And here, the constables are very, very reliable. If you're subpoenaing law enforcement officials, it's even better to use them because they have all of the points of contact. Really easy to get law enforcement served if you use a constable. But, if that's who they use for service of process in Indiana, because he's got public defender attorneys, then the conspiracy theories will abound that the process server, that they sat on it and didn't really try and serve them. Who knows? But
so Travis, I kind of wanted to jump on here and ask you a few questions. I've seen you on a lot of channels and always appreciate your insight and your time. I've just never had a chance to actually talk to you. So if that would be cool, I just have a couple questions.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Sure. The first one is, has any of Judge Gold's rulings surprised you?
Oh, man. I guess the best way to... Okay, so initially, again, I first got in the case, started listening to some subscribers late September, early October. And you all remember, those two hearings in October, mid-October, and then Halloween, how those went down. Those were extremely surprising. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And really, it's what sucked me in. There's nothing really, to me, that intriguing about the case that I was going to, dig in. Somebody asked me a couple of questions about it, hearing coming up, and I saw these people, and then that Halloween hearing, and are coming out making that comment about the change of events and all of that. So all of that was highly, highly surprising to me. And then they were taken off. And so that's when I came in, and then, they got back on. The Indiana Supreme Court decision on that was very surprising to me, that they reinstated but didn't put it with a new judge. That was very, very surprising. And then no, and sadly, it wasn't surprising to me about the comments that the judge was saying to the defense counsel on those initial hearings, the contempt and whatnot, the way the court was ruling. Not saying, agree with any portion of it, but I said several places, you may recall, that I was hopeful that, lawyers, judges, even though they might have disagreements in the past, usually are able to move forward in a professional, courteous manner. And a lot of people were expressing serious doubts about how this thing was going to work. And, I always try and speak in favor of the criminal justice system in general, that it works. And yeah, there's shortcomings, because it's with all human endeavors, it's a human enterprise. And so there's going to be shortcomings, and there's going to be glitches, and there's going to be emotions, and going to be egos and drama. But, I was hopeful that everyone was going to show up, be professionals, but, it just decayed further into, I'm not accepting emails anymore. I'm not going to accept any emails because I'm tired of them being attached to pleadings. Under normal circumstances, that would have been highly surprising, but just wasn't surprising to me anymore. So fast forward to around today to finish answering your question. It's an excellent question. I was surprised at how much, from what I've heard reported, and from 5 or 6 people now on kind of both sides of the issue, if you will, that there was a marked change in the demeanor of the court, and even the demeanor between the lawyers. That was surprising to me. In fact, I'm still curious as to why that may be. I heard the judge, well, maybe not friendly, but was very, very courteous, very patient, that the interactions between prosecution and defense counsel seemed to be much more cordial. And that was highly surprising to me. I know it's not a decision, but, very unusual case from all directions. So that's my answer.
Thank you. Would you say that anything unethical has occurred?
Boy. Unethical. So we have this set of known ethical allegations that the court made in her initial list, that the court's appellate attorney tried to advance, but was shut down pretty quickly in oral argument on the second original action about the removal of counsel, and you'll remember that attorney kept saying, well, in Wheat, it was ethical violations, and in Wheat, and then Chief Justice Rush very quickly said, Wheat's a little bit different than what we have here. Here we've got this, and didn't really mention Wheat much more, but so we've got this set of allegations, and then I mentioned one, and there was a couple of other that what she claimed were ethical allegations were abandoned between what she had in her list, reading to the attorneys in that in chambers hearing, and the Supreme Court. It went from whatever 8 down to 6 or 5. One of which was the notice of claim was unethical. That disappeared along with a couple of others, and then the leak by this individual, the allowing the access. Those could be ethical violations, but they're going to be on the ultra minor side of things, and nothing major, and could be dismissed without anything. And then we've got this set of allegations that are based on limited facts or discussions, or based on attorneys who apparently don't really practice criminal law much or been in courtrooms much, asserting that by putting certain facts in Frank's motion was unethical because it went around the gag order. And unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation out there. I'm not 100% up on the facts like all of you guys are, but let's just take that for example, that somebody said, oh yeah, I've got legal background, and putting this verbiage in this motion is unethical. Well, it wasn't unethical. But there's still a lot of people that believe that. Well, how do we know it's not unethical? It's because it got redacted later on, and again, got redacted in a way that violated the procedure of the Open Court Records Act of Indiana. And how do we know it was in violations? Because PFD, the lawyer that handled the first original action, attached an unredacted copy of the second Frank's and sent that with her brief as an example of what the court was determining improperly to be subject to redaction and protection. And as a matter of fact, that second Frank's unredacted, no one dared file a motion to, oh, that should be sealed, that should be redacted. That's still on file with the Indiana Supreme Court. Anybody who wants an unredacted copy of the second Frank's can do that. So do I think there's any serious ethical violations by either side, either the state or the defense or the court, which we call judicial canons? No, I don't.
Travis, what about the discovery process? Because in this November 2022 hearing that we just got the transcript for, like I assume that we could have gotten this transcript previously, but it was just included as an exhibit in one of these recent filings, so it got read. And we hear that Nick McClellan then says that they basically have like an open door policy as far as their discovery. Then their intention is to hand over everything. That's their internal policy to do so. They're not even making like determinations of whether something's exculpatory or not. They're just providing everything. But then we know that there's lots of things that they didn't provide very expeditiously. They took a year or longer to provide certain things. They would provide them 6 months later or a year later, or haven't even provided them up to this point, to where we're looking at another discovery deadline being imposed when there was already a previous discovery deadline imposed. How would you determine? Do you say that's an ethical type of thing, or like is
No,
that
it doesn't fall under ethics. It falls under Brady and their discovery statutes. And
so I've got a question about the Brady stuff, because like you're kind of like, aren't you kind of protected by Brady if you eventually provide it? Like once you've provided it, that Brady option kind of goes away. Like that Brady persists while it was never provided. When there's only just a delay, like that doesn't apply as much, right?
So it's okay. What are you asking?
Well, I mean, so
is the practical effect that it's no
Brady,
harm, no foul? Yeah, that's
for
what
Brady,
it is.
For Brady, it's got to be exculpatory first, and then you have to have never provided it. So, in these circumstances,
I said the discovery statutes. So if they're not getting you the stuff, you file a motion to compel, which they finally did. Whenever that got filed, and we're not getting the stuff, and she denied it in part and granted it in part, something about a 7-day. I haven't even read it. That
right,
whatever they get, they got to turn over in 7 days, and
I think it was 10 days. I mean, maybe it's 7 or 10.
Yeah,
but yeah,
so,
it was very specific of one particular piece of evidence.
So whatever's transpired in the past, you're right. It doesn't matter at this point.
Well, I mean, is it a? I mean, how would you?
No, it's
you
can't file a bar complaint over it. You can't, and how you handle it is when you need it, and then you try and do it without court intervention, and which helps you if you do need court intervention. I sent a letter, I phoned, sent another letter, and
but what is it when the prosecutor says, hey, we have an open door policy as far as all of our discovery and all of our evidence, like we're going to provide everything, but then they don't do it? Like he said that in court, that's what their policy was.
Well, actually, I know exactly what he said in court because I played that part last night. The judge said, from what I understand, and this is before anybody knew on the judge or the defense what the amount of discovery was. She said, my understanding is Carroll County has a open file discovery policy.
Right.
And McClellan says, yes, we do, Your Honor. And that was it. So no, there's nothing on that. And Rosie smartly is like, hang on, Judge, this ain't your normal case. Quit trying to schedule this for an ombudsman hearing, which that's what they call something there. I don't even know what that is exactly. I have an idea. Quit scheduling this the way you normally schedule stuff. Let us work together, see how quickly we work, how quick the stuff is. Let's just see how big this stuff is. And why don't we schedule this in mid-February, come back and then let you know. And then I don't know where things got off the rails at that point or what they did. But no, it was I call that the honeymoon period, that November 22nd hearing. Everybody was, was great. And then I was told that hearing that got scheduled in February never happened. And then the next thing I think might have been the June hearing on the motion in limine regarding the bullet cartridge and the shell cartridge. And, so I don't know, but no, there's the judge saying they got an open door policy, open file discovery policy. And,
So the prosecutor lying in court and saying, yes, we have this policy, and then proceeding to
he's not lying in court. And
but they don't
got to understand the realities of this stuff.
How is he not lying?
The defense bar would
not going to turn over that.
The defense bar would scoff at that was lying by a prosecutor. I mean, lawyers know how to deal with prosecutors that aren't turning over stuff timely and dragging it out. They got a discovery deadline set, just like you say. It's nothing. It's in the past. It's zero.
No, but they didn't meet their discovery deadline, and then they asked for sanctions.
They got a discovery deadline imposed, and then they were taken off the case. They know how to deal with it. So it's nothing.
Okay, Travis, with the hearings that just happened, and you may have answered this previously since you've been on here, but do you think that enough of a nexus was established for their third-party defense to be allowed in?
Oh, I don't know. I'd need to read the transcripts. I have no idea.
Okay. And then as far as the most recent hearing that was set, the first part is closed to the public. Do you have any speculation as to that?
Yeah. Glad you brought that up. So I was talking with my friends, Teresa over at Criminality, after reading the transcript, and Nicole Sleuthy. And so closed. So everybody knows, you have a constitutional right to a public trial, which the Supreme Court has determined to be also include pretrial hearings, which was discussed a little bit about that in camera, in chambers thing that they had in October of last year. And so you really can't have a non-public hearing. It violates the Constitution, but not seeing either side object. So that's kind of telling me a couple of things. One, the court is communicating with both counsel. May not be directly by email again, but it's through a judicial aid, administrative person. They're called a lot of different things: judicial aid, court coordinator, but there's some sort of communication going on again. And then what would be appropriate for a private, half of the hearing time being closed to the public, would be one of two things. Matters regarding jury selection and or the questionnaires. On Criminality with Teresa, asked her to pull up the previous questionnaire that got sent out, and on there, as it should, it listed, do you know any of the following? And Brad Holder, all these names, but law enforcement experts, everybody on the witness lists of both sides. And that's a perfectly appropriate question, but there may be other questions on there that, in light of third-party suspect being denied, they need to revise the questionnaire. And then when I saw that order this morning, that kind of cemented a little bit more that possibly that private, non-public portion of the hearing is going to be about questionnaire. Although somebody said they thought the questionnaire has already gone out, but could be, well, do we need to send another set out? Or could be, how are we going to handle discussing these names in Vordaer, in live Vordaer? So it could be that. The other issue, courthouse security, is always done privately. It's not really done in a hearing. It's just you get together in the courtroom with the sheriff's office representative, and DA, judge. You sit down and you informally hash it out. Also could be some things that have arisen regarding Richard Allen's custody in that jail. I know you all know which one. It was mentioned earlier. Can't remember. What jail are they keeping him in?
He was at Wabash, and I think that they're moving him somewhere in Cass County.
Okay. But we don't know if he's been moved yet. And then I don't
think so.
Okay. Then the sheriff of Carroll County said he wasn't going to disclose where he was going to be housed, but everybody kind of knew. Now, there could be some issues about that. Why hadn't he been moved yet? Or, those sorts of things. But and if it's limited to that jury type stuff, how to keep the jury information, maybe the questionnaires have gone out and they're starting to come back in, and the judge wants to lay ground rules that these questionnaires don't slip out, or that that you're not planning on letting YouTubers vet these jurors, or who all's on your defense team. Who knows? But it could be about the safekeeping of that stuff. But the issues would be quite limited: security and juror information. Only two things I can think of that would be appropriate and constitutional under the constitutional right to have a public hearing. So I hope I answered that question. Did you have any thoughts different than that?
No, I read. The only thing that I could have thought of was maybe it had something to do with the refiling of the motion to suppress the October 26th statement, since it was taken off of the list for the hearings that just happened. But I don't know if that would, be a close to the public. Just a basic Google search, one of the things that came up was it could be discussions about a plea deal or change of plea between prosecutors and the defense. Do you think there's any chance of that?
Plea negotiations would not be public. Really shouldn't be a hearing about it, and a judge shouldn't ever be involved in plea negotiations.
Well, the other thing that it had talked about was maybe possibly ordering like an independent review of conduct of counsel on both sides.
Very unlikely. That's what the bar does. Judge doesn't have any jurisdiction to order any other review. All she can do is report one or both to the bar, and who would have the ultimate authority would be the Indiana Supreme Court. What if they felt a review would be in order, but they kind of spoken out on that with their ruling on the second original action. They felt that what Brad and Andy did or didn't do didn't rise to the level of being removed, and that they didn't see anything that would constitute bias to the point where it'd be automatic removal of the trial court. So continue on. So no, it's not going to be on plea negotiations. It'd be highly inappropriate for a trial court to insert themselves into plea negotiations. Now that's different than asking, which happens every day in courts all across the country, judges saying, is there any chance of getting this resolved? And, on a case like this, most other types of cases, the court requires the state to make an offer to the defendant by a certain date. And then the defendant has until a certain date to accept or reject it. And then a lot of judges say, you can't do a plea after that date except with the permission of the court. And what they're trying to do is, most people in jail know, because it's true, the best offer comes the day of trial. And then, but what happens is you have 30 cases set for trial that day. None of them the state is really prepared on. And then they start settling, boom, boom, boom. And then everybody puts in all this time, and then no cases go to trial. And then you have other people waiting for their trial dates 6, 7, 8 months, 12 months. So they put these rules in to try and get people that get the cases that really have to be tried to trial without kind of this negotiating game. But in a case like this, the judge would never require, I'd be surprised if they've even made a plea offer. What would they offer? I mean, you gotta,
not really like it, but I think they get interchanged with the YouTube community, and I think that people just mean change of plea. Maybe if they had the death penalty on the table, which they don't, but just change of plea.
You're not gonna change his plea to guilty. I've been hearing that surfacing around. He's not going to change his plea.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And it's not even appropriate that it be done in private. It wouldn't even be appropriate for the judge. Now that would be automatic grounds for appeal, that the state alleged, judge, it's our understanding that we've made an offer of this, but the attorneys won't let him enter that plea, and then the judge starts asking those questions, and unless McClellan had rock solid evidence of that, it's going to be a shitstorm. Judge will be gone. The they'll disqualify the DA for doing that. Now, if it's true and they have the goods, then Andy and Rosie will be removed from the case, probably severely disciplined, because they were putting their own financial interests ahead of the interests of their client. You're required ethically to convey every offer and to the client, and it's the client's decision. They'll usually follow your advice. What do you think? And you tell them, and but it's ultimately up to them. And that's their decision and their decision alone. But I've heard a bunch of stuff and seen a bunch of stuff about changing pleas and plea negotiations, and unless I'm just, and it could be totally unaware of how they do things in Indiana, but they have the same ethical rules that the ABA has, which is nationwide, and same, they're the model rules. They're adopted by nearly all 50 states. They're identical to what we have in Texas. I just really can't see that. Now, where there could be a big shift in the desire of the state and the defendant entering into a plea would be based on how on some of these rulings. And if she had one that cut really hard against the state, which I don't see one on the table, but let's just say there is, and then one that cut hard against the defendant, let's say third party suspect, that could easily prompt both sides sitting down. But in Indiana, like a lot of states, you have to let the victim's family know. They don't have to agree to it, but they have to be informed, just like Texas, that we're going to make an offer, and this is why we're making an offer. But outside of that, I cannot think, to enter into a plea agreement, by definition, you have an agreement. Both sides agree. You have to hold your nose to agree to it, but still have to agree. And you're going to be asked on the record under oath, Mr. Allen, you want to go into this deal. You understand all the things you're waiving. Yes. State's got to utter it. And then the court's got to agree to it too, in Indiana, and same way in Texas. From what I've seen in other cases, in Texas, courts are pretty much willing to go along with what the DA wants to do and defendant wants to do, except in super high profile cases where the judge could face some political fallout. But even then, they can get resolved. Indiana, from what I've seen, judges can be a little bit tougher and just say, I'm not going along with what the state's offering. Especially the victims are allowed to stand up in the plea hearings and object if they want. These small counties, that could make a difference on being reelected. And so they tell the DA, yeah, you go ahead, you're going to try it. But, case like this, there's nothing McClellan could offer except instead of 60 concurrent, for each murder, which is the max. Instead of consecutive, where it'd be 120, might be able to offer concurrent and survive election, might be able to sell that. But outside of that, which it's still a life sentence for Richard Allen. How old is he? Mid-50s?
Yeah.
So it's essentially a life sentence. They're not going to be interested. He's not going to change a plea. Now, he might if he's totally batshit crazy. He might be insisting on a plea. And I've seen some big knockout dragouts where defense counsel said he's not competent and don't want you to allow him to enter that plea until he's evaluated for mental competency. And the state's like, oh, he seems competent to me, and they want to get the thing done. Seen some big fights over that. So I guess that could be one more possibility, that there's still some mental issues going on. There might be a question about his competency and somehow that being related to plea stuff. But
well, speaking about competency, what do you make of the confessions, and specifically the high number of 61 of them? Is that realistic for an attorney to think that they could overcome that?
No, it's not. But they're not, like we said, we're discussing earlier, they're still generally described. Nothing's been stated verbatim. It's just kind of categories. These were overheard by suicide companions. We picked up stuff on video from the microphones in the jail. This was recorded on phone calls, these different categories, and then different periods of time. This is 2 days before his psychotic break, as described by his psychologist, or he's on this medicine, different things. There's just, not there. But these confessions could be anything from, yeah, you're right, I killed him. Facetious, meaning, no, you're wrong. I never would do anything like that. But that the state is saying is an admission. There could be ones that really involve facts that only the real killer would know. I heard earlier on, when the number was either 30 or there were 30 witnesses, 30 statements, that one or two of them were just absolutely impossible. There's no way, because it involved gunshot wounds, and there apparently aren't any. It was limited to a sharp instrument, knife type of a situation. So, we're just not going to know until those are brought out in court, to the extent that they are. But, no, it's that's pretty difficult to overcome. And only way you can overcome it is false confession expert And these don't appear to fall into that, 4, 6, 8, 12-hour interrogation that breaks the will of the defendant. They confess to something they didn't do. And so they're going to have an expert, or at least they asked for funds for one, that could explain the conditions he was under and the psychological things he was experiencing could lead to false confessions. And we knew that really early on. I think we knew that in February when they came back on the case, if not before, and that it was going to be problematic. And, it's very, very difficult to get a group of jurors to believe collectively that somebody would admit to something this horrible if they didn't really do it. And
Veronica asked a question a while ago. Yeah. Yep. She said, honest question, would Lombardo say publicly if he personally thinks RA is innocent or if he truly feels he's guilty?
I don't know, Mr. Lombardo. I don't know if he is the one, not that it would matter, that had a...
So he was one of the replacement attorneys when they...
Right, but is he the one that was suspended from the PD office for a while because of sexual harassment complaint? Or is that the other guy?
That was Scranton.
Okay.
He's the one who gave the interview on Court TV.
Yeah. I don't know. And I don't doubt that he does in the least. From what I understand, that statement's even been refined a little bit more, that after what he saw regarding the crime scene and the crime scene experts, he became very convinced of that fact. But it's kind of like, it's like, God, you'd hope that your attorney believes in your innocence, and your mom too, but I do think he's sincere and has a sincere belief, to the point where even though he was handpicked by Judge Gohl, who could not have been happy about that statement, he was willing to go on TV, regional or statewide TV, and risk alienating the judge to get that out there, and commend him for that. So I felt he was sincere with that. You guys have other thoughts on that?
I just don't think a defense attorney would go on national TV and say that their client was guilty if they ever wanted to get business again, type deal.
Yeah.
Plus, also, he hadn't seen all the discovery at that point. There's a lot of things but at the same time, like, you could be right. Like, that's how he feels. I think maybe if he just said that his client was innocent, I'd be more inclined. But the fact that he went out on a limb and said something like that one of the girls was sacrificed and the other got in the way, that's kind of where he lost me.
Yeah. I mean, the bottom line, Veronica, is the judge doesn't know, state doesn't know, defense attorneys don't know. All they can do is look at the evidence and give it their best evaluation, and also with the backdrop of how a jury's going to look at that information. But it doesn't matter what we think. It doesn't matter what the state thinks. Doesn't matter what the judge thinks. Only people who know, apparently, are the real killer. Sadly, the two girls, and then if there's anybody else involved, those folks, and just don't know.
So
some
I just one more question, and it was the question that I asked earlier, so I'm not sure if you answered it, and if you did, just tell me to go watch the replay and I will.
No, never.
Have you
What's
seen
the question?
anything that's occurred publicly in the court that would warrant a post-conviction appeal?
So we had a similar question earlier, but
It was Mark.
happy to say it again. And it. Oh, you weren't here when I answered it. Okay,
No, I was
don't go back and watch. No, I'm glad you're here now. One of the things I thought was what Michael Osberg mentioned, in that I do think on that initial safekeeping hearing by Judge Diener, he was entitled to a hearing, which he didn't get, and he was entitled to an attorney at that hearing, which he didn't have because they didn't give him a hearing before shipping him off to prison. And if Michael's right, and that was a violation of his Sixth Amendment, then there could be a pretty good argument that any confessions that were obtained as a result of that illegal safekeeping order would be fruit of the poisonous tree. So that's one. The second one was on the second Franks. If you have to submit information. You all remember how thick that Franks motion was. I never read it. I was able to avoid doing it, but pretty thick motion. People said, "Oh, there's stuff in there, shouldn't be in there," and whatever. But the court has to first determine if has the defendant made enough of a showing that they're entitled to a hearing, and then if they say, no, you haven't made enough of a showing, and an appellate court disagrees and said they did make enough of a showing, you're entitled to a new trial automatically. So they've got a shot at that one, and trying to remember what my third one was. Not the third party suspect. She denies that. It'd be very, very difficult to overturn on appeal. But if she excluded everything about the investigation at some point looking into runes and Odinist or whatever group, and that some of the investigators were pursuing those lines, and those investigators had concerns that that direction was completely abandoned before it had been exhausted, to the point where they wrote letters to the DA. That would be a really good issue on appeal, that they couldn't show the bias, because it'd be essentially depriving them of their entire defense.
If it's not allowed, couldn't the attorneys do like an offer of proof in front of the judge and just ask the jury to leave?
Yeah, to actually preserve the issue for appeal. Yeah, you have to do that. You can do it in summary form and just give a summary to the court outside the presence of the jury. Or you can do it by what in Indiana also what we call bill of particulars, and you excuse the jury, and then you ask the witness the questions you had prepared for them, and they go ahead and answer. It's on the court record. but doesn't help the defendant if they're convicted, that you have the offer of proof. All you've done is you've perfected the record that you could bring that issue. But without, with some of those confessions coming in, depending on what they say, the tool mark evidence, apparently, that's going to come in, and the state's expert's going to match the cartridge to the gun. That's really the only defense that the defense has, is you have a shoddy, biased investigation that caused you to overlook much more viable suspects than me. I mean, you take that away. I mean, the only defense is the cross-examination of the tool mark expert and psychologist to say that wasn't in his right mind when he made these 61 statements, whatever they are. But there's no theory of defense to speak of. And they cited some pretty good law on that. So I think they're going to get all they want in on the nature of the investigation. Unless things took a radical turn based on our wording in that order today, I don't think they're going to get third-party suspect on anybody.
Last question, I promise. I really appreciate your time. Do you think that this is a winnable case for the defense based on what's publicly available, and say that that's all that's going to be at trial is what's publicly available? Is this a winnable case for them?
I think it's just too soon to tell, the same way that, is it a winnable case for the state? I think it's too soon to tell. And I appreciate the question, and I understand wanting to ask it, but I know no one's going to listen to me anyway, but I think it's really important that we keep reminding ourselves the principles that have to be in play for this thing to work. And, really it only applies to the jury and the participants, but we need to have, in order for there not to be an injustice for both the defendant and the victims, because I can tell you in cases where the defendant was proved beyond any shadow of a doubt to be innocent 15, 20 years later after a murder because of DNA, who gets impacted just as much as the defendant being freed after being wrongfully convicted. It's devastating to those victims' families, because they're victimized again, and they realize that what they were being told at the time, we got the right guy. We're sure we got the right guy. Don't worry about it. This is the guy. Well, victims' families, they clutch to that. And then, they're utterly destroyed again. And so to avoid that from happening, a couple of things have to occur. You need to have a jury that has absolutely no problem with the concept that as the defendant sits in court, he's innocent and presumed innocent. And good lawyers have a lot of different examples on how to make that point and talk to jurors about it. And the questionnaire has really good questions about that. So I really don't like to prejudge the cases, because if some idiot happened to be listening to me and consider my opinion important, I wouldn't want to jeopardize that.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But
Okay, I think of
and
one
then
more.
the second thing with, you got to have presumption of innocence, but the only way the thing works, the whole reason why we have a jury that we adopted from Scotland hundreds of years ago, is the function of the jury is to be a buffer between the government and fellow citizen accused. And if you don't hold the state to their burden, if you don't look through it with a lens of skepticism and wait on forming a decision until the evidence is in, and if they've made the case, so be it. But it's really important from my perspective, and I try and get people to understand that for the process to work, you got to have those two things in play: presumption of innocence and waiting until the evidence is in and holding the state to its burden. You had another question?
Just because Aspen Connor had brought this up, so I know he would want it asked. But if a client does confess to their attorneys, is there any kind of like obligation or certain steps that the attorneys have to take, or is that something?
No, zero. No.
Yeah. Now, if
you'd be disbarred.
What if a client expresses to their attorneys that they want to change their plea, and the attorneys talk them out of it? Is that allowed?
If I understand the question,
so say Rick Allen is talking to his attorney.
So that they come up and say, "Yeah, I want to change my plea to guilty,"
and then the attorneys ain't and
then it's like, where's that coming from? And no, it's not unethical to talk with your client, one, to find out if they're even, where's this coming from, and are they even competent to make that decision. And if there's any questions about their competency, get them evaluated in order to be able to get them competent to have a discussion. And then then if they are, competent, then you would sit down and review with them. Okay, here's what the state's case is. Here's what the range of punishment is. This is what I've been able to develop with the defense. And, there's pros and cons. And then you do have the duty to tell them, but the decision is absolutely yours, 100% yours. And they say after that, yeah, I want to change my plea. Yeah, it would be, that would be a problem for an attorney if they refuse to go along with that. But there's a number of safeguards on that. The defendants ask how they want to plea in front of the jury before the start of every trial. course, they can also stand up in the hearing. Your Honor, may I speak? Well, you speak through your attorneys. Well, I've got a situation. I want to plead guilty, but he won't let me. I mean, not exactly that, but other things like that have been reported in appellate cases. There's stuff going around, and some creators are saying, I have it on good authority that Richard Allen wants to enter into a plea, but his attorneys won't let him. From what I understand, that's come from people that have been completely wrong about other stuff in the past, but who knows?
Right. Well, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate the way that you break things down for us laymen and always being patient and answering questions. So thanks a lot, man. It was great talking with you.
Oh, it's great to meet you, and very nice talking with you. And I'm glad I got to answer your stuff. I've seen your comments in the past, and always thought very high quality comments and ideas and expressions. So I'm glad it worked out. I'm gonna probably check out in a minute. Was there any other questions you guys saw in chat?
I'm gonna hop off, guys, but you guys have a good night, and good night, chat. Thanks again, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks for popping in. So I'm gonna wind down unless
Nope. I completely get it. It's actually later than you said. By the way, I don't know if you knew Mark, aka the Real Dragon. He is one half of Fire and Ice, that channel we shut down to go watch the other day.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'd seen the name in your chat, and I'd seen their stuff, and I was, what do you call, portaled over there or launched over there by...
Yeah, we put a link in the chat for everyone to go watch.
And it was the first time I had caught them, and I really enjoyed them, and the stuff I saw. It's really funny. I kind of, avoid at all costs the drama between creators, and I don't have a channel. I'm not interested in a channel. I started doing this type of thing 8 years ago in connection with the Stephen Avery case, after Ma'am 1 came out, and friends had all kinds of questions for me, and how could this happen, and how could that happen with Brendan Dassey. And so I was explaining it to them, and then they said, well, I saw this thing on YouTube. And I'm like, YouTube? I thought that was just... And then they had early days of creators. There wasn't subscribers or any of the stuff they have now, but there was a few channels I was on a lot, just explaining the law, because people not understanding the process because they'd never been involved in it, or hadn't watched trials. And so I tried to make that as simple as I possibly could, and spent the time doing that, and then ended up was asked by a couple of families to help with a couple of cases they had that were possibly wrongful convictions, and then other cases came up. And so I'm just all about trying to educate the public and be more realistic. I'm not successful at all at trying at diffusing the acrimony between the sides. In this case, I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it's seriously reminds me of
high school.
Yeah, and who their favorite wrestler was, and or their favorite football team, or two crosstown rivals being in the same restaurant together, and it just that kind of primitive emotion. You say white, I say black, and um, it's just a very, very interesting phenomenon. I keep studying it academically. What attracts people, and different things attract people. Some is armchair detective, some is supporter for somebody that they sincerely think is being wrongfully accused. Some it's support for the families of two murdered girls. A lot, it's different components of that, and people just develop misconceptions about it, and we all have a bias, and you see things through lenses, and I try to get both sides to have a little bit of appreciation for the other, and not to agree, but that the main thing is that everything in the law has a flip side. There's two sides to every coin. And as lawyers, good lawyers are very aware of that. You don't go in with blinders on, you go in with eyes wide open. Because if you don't anticipate what the other side is going to argue, what they're going to come at you with, you'll be woefully unprepared. And if you're on the defense side, you're going to be doing a massive disservice for your client. One critical thing, not anticipating what experts are going to be needed, devastating, because you can't just get those people in with a phone call. You can't just go out and serve them with a subpoena. But I hope got to answer everybody's questions. I hope everybody in chat got at least to learn one or two new things. Hope that was helpful. And, that's all I got.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on. Next week, Wednesday at 10 p.m., I will have the almost attorney Aspen on here. So hopefully everyone can tune into that as well.
Yeah, I highly, highly recommend doing that, because I've always enjoyed being on lives with Aspen. He's very knowledgeable. He attended, I'm not sure if all, but a lot of that hearing. He tends to be, which is fine, more that they have the right person and under arrest, and that they've got the case. But he has been, at least with me, very astute about what the potential problems are for the state, that sort of things. Zero Cool asks, will defense attorneys fight to free someone they believe is guilty of a double murder? Absolutely they will, till their dying breath. And if they don't, they'd be disbarred. And technically, the way it is it's the wrong premise. It's will they require the state to prove their client is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt? That's really the way it is. And yeah, absolutely, they will make the state, in every ethical way possible, they will make the state prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Will they put their client on the stand and perjure themselves to try and get them off? Absolutely not. And if they do, they can face serious consequences for that. But that's the mandate of a defense attorney, is make the state prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And so again, that entails getting a jury that has no problem whatsoever on the first day, looking over at your client and presuming 100% they're innocent. And then from that day until they go to deliberate, doing everything ethically within your power to require the state to conduct itself fairly and to prove their case beyond reasonable doubt. That was an excellent question.
All right. I think you said you're going to get some rest and wind down for the night. Enjoy the weekend.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity, and really like your chat, people, and like what you've been talking about. And I actually learned some stuff on trucking along the way when it's trucker night. But thank you again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. I think it cut out, but anytime. Matt should be coming on here soon. If there's anyone else in the chat that may want to come up and talk, I'll put the link in the chat for you guys as well. Yeah, that was really informative. Travis, he's a great guy. Okay, I take the Travis, peace and blessings, says 0. Hello, Miranda. Hello, Mustang. Thierry, Veronica. Anyone that's new, welcome. It's Delphi has been kind of a hot topic. I still have a couple more at least things set up for next week for Delphi. We don't always talk about Delphi. Sometimes we just talk about this, that, and everything. Yeah, that actually went quite a bit longer than I expected. Travis said I think he was going to get off here about 2 hours ago. Hey, it happens. Oh, yeah, Thierry, I never see you in here. Veronica, hey, my question was more excellent. Which question, Veronica? There was a lot of questions. Blake loves Delphi. I like the theory of Delphi. I like the conspiracies and confusion of Delphi, as long as I stay away from some of the cursed Delphi drama. You know that, 0. Yes, Mustang, justice for Abby and Libby. Fiend, I thought you went to sleep, dude. Would you like to come back up? I don't know if I ever posted the link. Oh, yeah, okay, Luis. You don't know what the Delphi drama is. Whatever. Yes. Travis is great at explaining a lot. He did a very good job going into detail for us. Travis, yeah, it does seem that Travis likes to talk, but hey, it's all knowledge. When will you admit that this is a Delphi channel? It is not a Delphi channel. I don't talk about it 24/7. Justice for Abby and Libby. Good night, y'all, says Teddy. Good night, my ginger friend. I'm in the middle of a hurricane. That is highly unlikely. Aspen is very smart and intuitive. Aspen is, and he will be on here next week. Oh my God, Fiend, go surfing. Cats can't swim. Boat's one thing, surfing's another. And if I don't say that, he'll hurt me. Aspen wouldn't hurt a fly. Good night, Teddy. Yeah, we have one night with Aspen next week, and then we have another night. It's going to be a big panel. I think it's looking like 5 or 6 people, which is another thing I don't like doing. Hey, what's up, Fiend?
Well, it died down for a second. It's coming back.
I'll say I don't think it's a hurricane. Maybe a little storm. There's nothing like that going on. It's probably the same storm I drove through.
Probably not.
Oh, I don't know if you're far south or not. I drove through a pretty bad storm coming from Chicago.
Is Chicago south? South of what? Canada?
No, I said I don't know if you are south. I said I drove through a bad storm going through Chicago.
Okay. I was going to ask, well, what's Chicago south of?
Your channel is great. Keep up the good work. Aspen is a big time, and the week will be Susan Hendricks on here. I don't know who Susan Hendricks is. Sorry about that, Ron. I could talk Delphi. Talk Delphi about 25. That's okay. I could not, Veronica. Fiend could for sure.
Talk about what? I can't hear you over this hurricane.
Who was it? Oh, dang it. Oh, Veronica said I could talk about Delphi 24/7. I said I could not, but Fiend definitely could.
No, not 24/7.
No, I've actually had Fiend on here talking about cartoons and video games.
And hurricanes.
Yeah. It does sound like it's going down pretty bad over there.
This is just like, it hasn't even hit yet. This is just the wind on the edge.
Everyone's asking if you can turn up your volume. They've actually been asking all night.
If I can what?
If you could turn up your mic volume.
Well, I was on my earbuds earlier. I'm on my speakerphone now, but now there's a hurricane. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it. Veronica says, OMG, rain isn't a hurricane, but flurries are a blizzard. Blake is obsessed with Delphi like everyone else, says Luis. That is incorrect. I like hearing all the different sides of Delphi. And again, next week, there will be every side on the same panel. It'll be some heavy defense, some people that are on the fence and in the middle, and there's going to be people that he's saying he's guilty, all on the same panel. Big Fish says, "Go inside."
No, have you ever seen like Lieutenant Dan like strap himself to the mast?
Fiend, you only got 9 lives, dude. Chill out.
Not 9's a whole lot to spare.
How many have you wasted by now?
None. Completely fine.
Oh, okay. Susan is a famous New York investigator, reporter, really smart woman covering Delphi. Oh.
Who?
I highly... Susan something.
It better not be Susan Hendricks.
Yeah, that's who it was.
No. Disagree.
Now what?
No.
No what?
No, not a smart investigator or anything of the sort.
Oh, okay. I don't know who it is.
He's a weirdo, man.
Fiend being a storm chaser cat, it sounds like. It does sound like Fiend's chasing storms.
No, it's chasing me, man.
Veronica says, in fairness, I would need a taco break and a nap. I was supposed to have tacos for dinner today, and my toddler decided he deserved the tacos more than myself. Are you still comparing nature boyfriend? Shut up. Luis, I do not like to post ouchie. I don't know where that conversation went, but okay. Yeah, I was kind of hoping
Think
Mark was
about-
going to hang out a little bit longer.
I know. Well, Mark said
so
he
much
had
for
Mark said he had one more question, then he had like 10 more questions.
Everyone know.
10 more Travis answers. Or I knew
Well, I was going to say, because like Travis said he was going to get off here 2 hours prior to when he did. So I kind of feel it's just a thing where people get roped in and then they think about something as they're asking something else, and it happens. Veronica, I agree. Miranda, yeah, that was really rude of him. I didn't see what. Fiend, I like Susan Hendricks. And Barbara McDonald is the worst. I don't know who any of those people are.
I'd probably flip flop those. I think Barbara McDonald is fine. Susan Hendricks.
What, do I got to get them on here and have them have a discussion, guys?
Yeah, get them on. Get them both on here.
Fight. Yeah, that would be hilarious. Someone clip this and send it to him.
Well, so Susan Hendricks, like, I mean, Bob had her on one time, and then after Bob had her on, she went through and blocked everybody on Twitter and YouTube that was like,
oh, geez,
that followed Bob, like not people that she had ever interacted with. Like, I've never interacted with Susan Hendricks, and she blocked literally everybody that was even in that live, like in chat at all. Like, not even people that were saying shit about her. She just blocked everybody. Which I think is a weird thing. I think that's a weird thing to do. And then she goes on a lot. Then she goes on a lot of like shows, and she says some weird things. She went on Nancy Grace a couple times, and she's saying some really weird stuff. So I don't know when somebody goes and says a bunch of weird stuff. I don't know what else you say about them except they're a weirdo.
Susan has become very emotionally involved in the case and protective of the families, says Luis.
Okay. That may be very well and fine, but that has nothing to do with her being a weirdo.
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know either party. So, like I said, that would be a stretch of a show. Then again, I thought next week would be a stretch as well. I'm not giving any insights onto. So far, it's five guests, but there will probably be a sixth.
What, you doing some huge panel?
Sadly, I'm gonna get everyone on here, and then I'm just gonna leave and let them talk. No.
Oh, Ron Logan's talking some shit in chat.
Oh, shit. What's Ron saying? Stop being such a bitch fiend. You create drama. Move along, dickhead. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Well, that's why I have a wrench.
Yeah, to be fair, Ron Logan has probably earned a wrench. Well, I like Ron.
They didn't have it, so.
You didn't time him out, did you? No, you didn't time him out. Okay, I was about to say.
I timed him out for 10 seconds.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Fiend.
Well, he's talking shit.
I
didn't say
you don't
anything
have
about
to
Ron
be
Logan.
an ass, Phoenix. Stop
I'm not being an ass.
Stop the drama.
I didn't say anything about Ron Logan. I just timed him out. See, I'll time out Charles next.
Don't time out. No, quit timing people out. Just because.
10 seconds. Well, I will. Here you go. Ron Logan, you want another 10 seconds? You got another 10 seconds.
Jesus Christ, Fiend. Jennifer, always refreshing to hear Fiend speak his mind freely and unapologetically. Oh, Jennifer, you just missed the whole conversation with Travis. It was like 4 hours long. Because I don't need one.
Get mad about being timed out 10 seconds, then they need to like get a fucking life.
Yeah, you guys are a lot more generous with timing out than I am. I think the first person and only person I ever timed out was a full 24 hours.
Yeah, I've seen people do that. Yeah. See, I don't. This is probably the only
I
time
only
I've
did
ever-
that
this-
because
I think I timed Noe out like one time because he like
I only did that because
he
someone's
came in
person.
hot 10 times in a row, and like it was
Yeah,
always going to be somebody timing him out. And, like, you know, I timed him out for like a minute, but like it's because
necessary
he
said
literally
Fiend,
came in
stop
hot,
trying to
like,
flirt with me.
10 times in a row.
Yeah, the person I timed out's because they openly use someone's personal name in the chat, and I'm not okay with that. Like I said, Mark, he's the only one that's really given me permission to use his actual name. So as far as anyone else goes, I don't use their personal names unless they say I can.
Yeah, I think that'd be like pretty fair. It's
Uh,
weird. You're fine,
Yeah.
Ron.
He's got a little bit of the sauce. No, I think the only person I've doxed unintentionally was my fiance.
Is that
Which
I
is
declare
probably-
vanity?
Yeah.
See, I'm a sleuth. I figured that out.
Well, I've only said it a couple hundred times.
Well, I don't pay attention to what you say. You're the driver.
Miranda, yeah. Well, it wasn't intentional because I know who she is. If she used her other alt account, which I don't even remember the name of it, I probably would never say her name. But now that I know that the I declare bankruptcy is hers, then
Oh, you didn't.
whenever
know
I
that?
see her and at first, no.
Oh, she snuck up on you.
Yeah, that's okay with me, but I talked about her well before she was ever even in the streaming or the chat or anything. So why would I be productive question asker when I was T being answered? I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, you'll have to form that in the form of a question.
True crime and emotions go together like bleach and vinegar. What happens when you mix bleach and vinegar? Asks Luis. You asked 3 questions, Fiend?
That's Charles.
Oh, god damn it. I'm sorry, Fiend. I'm sorry, Charles. None were answered or noticed. Are you sure? I could have swore I asked 1 or 2 of your questions. But it's really hard for me to keep up with the chat as well.
Charles. Ask your questions now, and I'll answer them. And my answers will be
Yeah.
shorter than Travis's.
Or you can send them to me on Discord, and I'll copy and paste them into an email and send them to him as well.
Oh, see, Charles wants to get timed out. People are being nasty in the chat.
Don't time out Charles.
He's calling me names,
100.
dude.
100.
Where are the mods?
call you?
Where are the other mods? See, you can't count on
Where'd he call you a
Louise
name?
or Zero Cool to do anything.
No, he called me a Dillwad, not you.
Oh, okay.
He said, I'm not Fiend Dillwad.
Oh, okay.
Jesus, Fiend.
Well, my name shouldn't be that close to Dilwad.
Should have been a comma there, is what you're saying.
Maybe, yeah. Punctuation helps.
Hey, Charlotte. Nice to see you. I called. Yeah, no, I debunked that necessary. Charlotte.
Louise, you can't be busy fighting
hello.
each other because you can't time each other out. You got to fight with the regular chatters. You can't fight with other mods.
Yeah, and
'Cause you can't do
Percosa is
anything.
not a mod yet. Ironically, she's a mod in the Discord, so I got to fix that as well. Simon,
No.
does Blake carry a murder kit in the truck? What's in it, and what truck stop is his next target?
Let me handle this one. No, Blake does not carry a murder kit.
Nope, I just wing it. Oh, I mean, no, I'm kidding.
Yeah, you know, anything you say can and will be used against you.
Yeah, I'm gonna be picked up by the feds in the black SUV. We got conversation recording of you possibly committing a crime. Like, which one? No, they can time me out, which is part of their fight. No one's gonna time necessary out. So if you aren't huffing about mixture, where is this chat even going?
I don't know. Your mods are like out of control, man. Besides me,
I know that's.
I'm trying to exercise control.
Where's Big Fish? She's got to keep everyone under control. So you never bring Phoenix in your cab, Blake. I don't bring anyone in the cab. Actually, I think it's...
This is why Louise keeps losing her mod powers.
Motion. Fiend trying to abuse me. To be fair, necessary, you had a wrench a long time ago, and you told me to take it off. I don't have a murder kit. I'm not even allowed to have other people in the truck. Nor do I have anywhere capable of anyone with... If you've seen how small the insides of these trucks are, then you guys would understand.
Don't some people sleep in their trucks? I think you got to have a bunk in there.
Do what?
I mean, some truck cabs are pretty big, right? They got bunks in them.
Yeah, some are. Mine's not, though. Mine's a day cab, which means I just got 2 seats in it, and that's it. Nothing. Give me like 2. Looks like.
If you got 2 seats, you got room for a cat.
For a cat? Oh, yeah. But company policies dictate riders.
Anyway, I just hopped on here so that you could hear that there is in fact a hurricane, and I wasn't bullshitting about it. Like, you can hear the hurricane.
It's not a hurricane. It's just rain.
It is. I'm got the weather app pulled open, and it says it's a hurricane. I mean,
so did you travel pretty far south?
No, that's completely classified. My location is completely classified. But you will know it's where the hurricane is. You're all sleuthers. Figure it out.
Do what?
Said this is the sleuthing community. Like, figure it out. Do some investigation. Where is there a hurricane right now?
That is hurricane, but you call me. I don't know what to say to that, Thierry.
All right. Well, I just saw a bunch of lights go out. Oh. Yeah, so the hurricane's getting closer, so I'm gonna peace out. I was thinking it was like a tornado where you can go out like it's like Indiana and you just go out on your front porch and watch it. It's not really the same situation. Like there's a lot of shit blowing around.
Damn. I lost signal. I'm nowhere near you. I'm singing to you, Blake. Oh. You okay, Fiend? Oh. And he's gone. Simon, if you'd like to come up next. Anyone's welcome. Go ahead and join us. I got 2 hours. Yep, going indoors. Yeah, I would hope, dude. No one wants to fight me. I cannot sing. Nor am I. Let's see.
How
Oh,
you
it's
doing?
Simon.
You good? Can you hear me?
006.
Yeah, 006. I've been on another channel, an Irish channel to do with bare knuckle boxing, and they keep thinking I'm a spy. So I've declared myself 006.
Oh, okay. I was looking at it and I was like, wait, who's this? At first, your picture didn't pop up till I already put you on the panel. I took a big risk.
Yeah, you're right. You're okay. So, how's life? I've not been on for a while.
It's going, man. Yeah, I've been on 4.5 hours, and 4 hours of it Travis was on here. It was insane.
Right.
Percocet, I said no one wants to fight you because you're going to get the paddles and the leather belts out.
So what's been happening? I saw something before with a lawyer, it seemed, giving some good points. I'm trying to avoid Delphi, but I'm still interested, if you know what I mean. I can't stop asking about it.
There was a lot. We were just talking legal precedences. I didn't want to get too big into personal sides. We were just asking Travis what he thought about certain things going on with the case. And he made some pretty valid statements about a lot of it. Him and Fiend got into it, and there was long conversations between him and Fiend, and a lot of long responses. It was a lot.
Oh, good.
Precosa says Delphi sucks.
Yeah,
Why?
I'll be honest. Yeah, I'm getting a bit sick of it myself. There was a couple of things that got me really down, and I think you saw that in the Discord. There was one thing that really got me down, which was the sharing of the photos in. I mean, you know the photos we're talking about.
Yeah,
they were shared on one channel, and I sort of ignored that and sort of had nothing to do with it. But then I saw them shared on another channel, and I thought, I'm getting a bit sick of this. It seemed to be no morals with certain people. It's just something I wanted to distance myself from. I never wanted to see those photos. I was offered them and declined them.
Yeah, those are definitely graphic photos, and
Yeah.
like coming from someone that has kids, I specifically said I didn't want them,
Yeah,
and then someone sent them to me anyways.
Yeah, they're not supposed to be public, so let's leave them that way. So,
Nope, I definitely agree.
and then there was all this stuff
And
going on with the riots as well. That was getting me down as well. So I reached out to the community a little bit and got some good support, I think. And I've tried to avoid certain channels. Well, I have avoided certain channels. The only channel I've seen is Casey and Greeno's new channel, The Pursuit, which I think is quite good.
I have not even looked. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's changed slightly. You know, it was interesting. They seem to have found God, or Casey seems to have found God a bit. But I'm not a big God believer, but I believe that anyone that does believe in God, you know, good luck to them. So, but there seems to be a lot of God references recently.
Thanks to a douche. Oh. Yeah, necessary. I kind of had the same kind of incident as far as those photos go. And I even told said person I didn't, because he had said he'd seen them, and I had told him I didn't ever want to see them. And then one day I got a text message, opened up my phone, and right there they were. I was not happy about that.
Yeah, there's a couple of questions in the chat there that I missed. I've just seen them there. Don Calido said, "Simon, what are you supposedly spying on?" Basically, the chat that I've joined is an Irish bare knuckle boxing chat that has some interesting characters in it. Some let's just say interesting criminals, and they're a little bit paranoid that they're under surveillance. With me having an English accent and speaking properly to them, the first thing that came to mind was that I could be an informer of some type. So I've played on that a little bit, which is just a joke with them really. But they've come round to me now, to be honest. Zero Cool says, Simon, who do you have winning this weekend, DDP or Adesanya? Adesanya looks good. I don't know if you follow the wrestling or the UFC there, Blake, but I'm a big fan of it.
Hey, Scully, good to see you. I haven't seen you all night. I wonder, were you lurking or is it just it wasn't late enough? I guess I did start way earlier than I normally do. That'll probably be the normal though. Will probably be 10 o'clock. And then they posted it everywhere to get it taken down. And well, yeah, dude, I don't know. I was not okay with the photos at all being leaked. That's something that that should have stayed in court hands only. What all's going on over there with the riots? Have they simmered down at all?
They've simmered down, and Keir Starmer has taken control, and he's stamped down on the rioters and also some of the stuff that's been said online. Unfortunately, it's been targeted. Unfortunately, it's been targeted by Elon Musk for clamping down on free speech. Some of what Elon Musk says is correct, but some of it is incorrect. And I'm not quite sure why he's getting involved in politics.
I was about to say the same thing. I don't know why anyone oversteps boundaries overseas anywhere.
Yeah, I suspect he's a mouthpiece for Trump, and Trump's a supporter of Nigel Farage, who's got the Reform Party, and they seem to be behind some of the rioting.
Yeah, I know he's endorsed Trump, ironically, even though he was heavily against him at first. So I don't know what happened with that.
Yeah.
Charlotte says, "Poor Libby, a further humiliation bestowed by the very community involved to evolve to help fight her. Uses me greatly. Who joined? Oh, Matt, dude,
Oh, cool.
Are you on a different Discord or something? Because you could have just joined right in.
Oh, I did. I thought I did.
No, I had to pull you up. So everyone knows I had to unban Matt today so he could get into the chat with you guys because this goofball decided to change his name to Meowzadong, knowing that said person was someone I didn't want in the chat. And he did it on purpose, and I insta-blocked him, and I didn't even know until he texted me later on saying I blocked him. I was like, what? No, I didn't. And then he said the name, and I was like, oh, well, you kind of earned yourself that one then.
How are you doing, Matt?
What?
Oh, he's gone.
What?
Hey?
Matt, which one are you on? Okay.
Oh.
Nope. Oh, okay, yeah, he'll be back.
I came across a new tactic, or a new tactic to me anyway, for people ruining lives. Not live streams, I mean, but not lives. And I don't know if you've come across it, but it's called P-bombing. Have you come across that?
No.
No. Porn bombing?
Nope.
No. It's basically where somebody gets on to your chat with an avatar that is pornography, and YouTube don't like that, and they take you down very quickly. But it's used in Northern Irish political circles or Irish boxing circles to discredit channels, you know. But I thought you should be aware of it.
Huh. Yeah. I try to keep all that stuff, which I don't even play other videos or anything on my channel. Everything I do is specifically me or something I've done. Blake, stop being a ploinker. Shut up, necessary. Yeah, I don't allow anything else on here.
Yeah, you'll be very careful because like YouTube can clamp down on you very quickly with that type of thing.
Everything I do is custom that I make. Intro. I need to make an outro. The background, the border, everything I do, it's kind of set up to avoid failure. And whenever like someone else comes on, which I've not had anyone ask if they could play a video, if it's their own personal video, I wouldn't see an issue with it. But I don't allow other stuff like if someone comes on wants to play something on the news or something, it'll probably get copywritten. And like I said, once you start hitting that monetization level, then YouTube will take notice real quick. And if you do it too much, they can actually rip your channel down total.
Right. Yeah.
Shut up, Zero. It is not. Man, that'd be hilarious. Gosh. Man, the chat's going crazy today.
That sounds.
Yeah. That sounds wild, Simon. What is wrong with people these days? Why so much hate?
Well, it's interesting because the channel I've been on is to do with bare knuckle boxing, and it's in Ireland. There's quite a few Irish ones, to be fair, and the one I'm following is actually run by a guy from Northern Ireland who has a checkered history, shall we say? Possibly to do with the troubles that were between the South, well, not between the South and the North, but between the IRA and the British government. So I find it interesting that everybody gets on. They seem to have put the troubles behind them, which is great. You know, it's a good thing. It amazes me that that's happened because I grew up not in Northern Ireland, but I grew up around people who were in the Northern Irish security services. And I could see the troubles quite easily. You know, we had bombs in Manchester, 20 miles from here. I was in Manchester when the first Manchester bomb went off. I was 1 mile away from a £20,000 bomb. and that was the IRA that put that into town. They were hated, you know, the IRA. But as soon as peace broke out, everybody got on, which is great, you know. But I never realised it would be. I always thought there would be an undercurrent of hatred between, you know, Catholics and Protestants in Northern Ireland. Yet there doesn't seem to be that, which is good.
I think a lot of
Hey,
people are
Simon, how you
growing
doing?
past hate.
Yeah. Sorry, Blake, I missed that.
I said I think a lot of people are growing past hate.
Right.
Sadly, not
Yeah.
everyone has, though.
Yeah, but you'd expect it in the roughest circles, you know. There's nothing rougher than bare knuckle boxing, you know. Some of those lads are pretty rough lads, and you'd expect it in those circles where far right views are common, to continue. But no, it's not. People seem to love each other, which is good. It shows a good side of boxing, I'm sure.
Yeah. So, what do you think about Travis being on here, Simon?
I'm not sure who Travis is.
He's an attorney out of Texas.
Well, it's good to hear that type of view. I kind of prefer it to hearing the gory details from a detective, you know.
Yeah.
I definitely prefer that. I find it much harder for me to comprehend. Sometimes it takes me a couple of plays to actually understand what's going on. But I think some of that is to do with me being in Britain and law being slightly different in the US. There's lots of similarities, but there's quite a few differences as well.
Yeah. Simon, you should think of making some documentaries. This is interesting stuff, says Don.
Yeah, I am trying to get in with the bare knuckle boxing guys, and I've got a history of I've got a history of a criminal history to do with cannabis. I had a grow shop and I had a seed bank, and I also grew it and that type of thing, and I got prosecuted for it. So I've got something in common with quite a lot of them because they all seem to be involved in cannabis cultivation. So I've sort of broken a few barriers there, which has made them trust me in a way. And hopefully I can get involved in the bare knuckle boxing scene from a viewer's perspective. You know, I'm no fighter, but you know, that's just my view. If I can get in with them, then maybe I'll do a documentary or that type of thing, based around bare knuckle boxing. There's some very interesting characters involved in it.
Is there anything else interesting going on
In the
over
UK,
towards where you're at? Yeah.
Well, not really. Yesterday I did an interesting thing. I went through Britain's longest, highest something else tunnel. It's in the village that I live in, actually, so I'll dox myself slightly. But there's a tunnel. I've never been in it. I've lived here for about 13 years. I've never been in this tunnel, but I went in it by canal barge, and we rode about 15 minutes into it. It was made in 1790, I think they started making it. It's about 7 miles long. That's about the most interesting thing I'd come across for weeks. I never expected it to be so interesting. It's very dark. It was very wet. There was leaks all over the place. But there were people canoeing in it. There was a barge going through. It was actually two barges going through it. That was interesting. That's a good place to visit if you get opportunity. If you ever come to the UK, have a look at this tunnel near me. It was amazing. As for what's going on in the news, it's most of the news is to do with sentencing for the rioters. So there was a guy, he was caught for rioting. He got 6 years, which seems a very long time for a riot, but he was involved in attacking a car with migrants in it. there was a guy who was caught everywhere on. He must have been caught about 20 times on CCTV. He'd robbed a soap shop. He'd robbed a mobile phone shop. He robbed a pie shop. He was throwing bricks at police and that type of thing. And he was wearing a St. George's flag shirt. So basically a white shirt with a red cross going straight through the middle of it. So he stood out like a sore thumb. Well, all the evidence has been used against him, and I think he's got 3 or 4 years as a sentence. So, like I said before, Keir Starmer's doing his job.
Yeah. I kind of wish there was punishment for some of the like the BML or BLM rioters here. I don't think anything really happened.
Yeah, well, there's been no change in the law here regarding malicious communications, electronic communications that can incite riots or incite violence, that type of thing. But the way it's been implemented, or there's been a change in how the Crown Prosecution Service decide on whether someone needs to be punished and prosecuted. Under the new government, which is interesting. No change in the law, but more people are going to get prosecuted for crimes like this, which seems like two-tier policing, but it's not. It's just the law is being upheld in a different way, which I find interesting. I've never noticed that before.
Yeah. Matt, anything new with you, man? We'll come back to that.
Just checking the chat out.
Yeah. There's Necessary in there. I'm surprised Necessary hasn't come up on the panel at all. Charlotte, Scully, Don. Yeah, they pretty much calmed down after. Oh, there's Charlotte. Oh, there are so many beautiful spots in GB. So very old, most from the 5th, 6th century. Lots of buildings. There are builds from the 1300 too, surrounded by so much history and beauty.
Yeah. What year was America founded? I can't remember.
1776.
1776.
I believe.
Well,
I believe so.
My house goes back to about 1890 or something, but I have a coal bunker and a cellar underneath the house. And when I moved in, I emptied the coal bunker because I wanted less of a fire risk. I actually set fire to my house the day we moved in. So I did all sorts of things to reduce the risk. But when I emptied my coal bunker, I found 2 books wrapped up in like a Hessian bag under coal, and one of the books was older than America, which it was from 1730, and when I think about how old America is and how old this book is, it amazes me. I'm looking at it now. It's called it's very hard to read actually. There was 2 books anyway, but one of them was called the Chronicles of Our Lord or something. And have you ever heard of a woman called Emily Pankhurst? Hello?
I have not heard of it now.
No. Emily Pankhurst was responsible for giving women the vote in the UK. And this book is actually signed to Emily Pankhurst. I've given it to...
Hey, Mar.
Yeah.
Hello.
I've
Hey,
given
Charles.
it to the local church.
I'll see. Aren't you lucky I got up here as fast as I did? One just showed up. No.
What's everybody up to?
Hello, Simon. I'm not even sure if that's.
How are you doing?
I'm good,
You
brother.
okay?
How are you? Yeah, I'm all right.
Good. What are you up to today?
Well, I worked until like, I don't know, 10 o'clock or so. And then other than that, I just came home and I've been sitting around here. Not much.
Not much. Quiet day.
Wiring a CBS right now. Basically, that's what I'm doing.
Right.
Well, yeah. Somebody's
Okay.
gonna run the wires and stuff and install the fuse boxes and all that. So.
Right. Decent
Yeah.
electrician.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, 1492. I don't know why I said 1776. 1492,
okay.
Christopher. Yeah.
Christopher Columbus was 1492.
Sailed the ocean blue, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know.
No, so this book's not that old.
1776 is when the whole new country was founded and stuff.
Yeah. So wait.
And then the red
Okay.
coats were coming
So
and
I was
stuff.
okay. Yeah. So wait. So I was technically right.
I
Okay.
have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it just depends on if you're talking about the actual establishment of America, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, it depends on, well, yeah, as an actual country, then yes.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. At least it just depends on the question.
Yeah,
Founded and established are two different things.
Yeah, Leif Erikson found
Yes.
the United States long before Christopher
1000
Columbus.
BC, or not BC, 8. Yeah, it was a long time ago.
But it's like 500 years almost before Columbus. So that's plenty.
Yeah, 1080 is what I meant, not BC.
Right. Zero Kills put the committee is rough and bare knuckle boxing. I don't know anything about committee. Does anyone know?
No idea.
Oh no! He's talking about a Kumite.
Kumite. What's a Kumite?
A Kumite is all martial arts. No rules. No rules. No real styles needed. No pads. None of that stuff. It's basically no rules. No rules. Based. You can kill the guy and not lose.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So you literally fight to the death in this thing.
Yeah, there's a bit more rules in bare knuckle boxing, to be fair.
Yeah.
It's when one man quits, really, rather than to the death. I've never heard of a death, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever heard of any Jean-Claude Van Damme movies, but I think I can't remember if it's Lionheart or Dragonheart or whatever, but basically the movie starts where he's in Thailand or whatever, and his brother gets paralyzed by a fighter by the name of, in real life, his name is Bolo Young.
Oh, I know Bolo.
Basically, those were Kumites, or at least the movies. Yeah. Actually, a Power Ranger won the Kumite not long ago. Well, he died actually, but, before that he won. Right?
What's up with y'all?
What's up?
Oh, Matt's back. I asked you earlier.
Yeah, my day's going pretty good.
I asked you earlier.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say I asked Matt. I asked you earlier how your day was going, or if you had any plans this weekend or anything new going on, and you were nowhere to be found. I was like, yep, we'll come back to that later.
Yeah, I heard. No, I was running around the yard. No, my night.
No.
My night was going pretty good until I got to sit around and wait now.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
I didn't have to wait at all. I'll be back at like 4:30 in the morning.
Hey, you know what, Blake? Forget you, man.
I got there.
Yeah, I'm already waiting now, so it's going to suck because I'm not going to get home to like 10 in the morning Central, so that's 11 o'clock Eastern time.
Yeah, I didn't mean to not get a hold of you. I had an emergency. That's why I went
had an emergency?
Yeah.
Oh, everything all right?
Yeah. My middle son had to have surgery. They had to put an expedite on it, but Nothing major. They got it taken care of.
Gotcha. I'm glad you're all right, man.
It wasn't.
Right there.
Yeah, it wasn't supposed to happen until the end of the month, but due to other circumstances, they had to rush it.
Gotcha.
Must be the time of the month.
Do what?
Charlotte's picked up on the right person.
Hey, Charles.
Emmeline Pankhurst. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, all it was I mentioned that Emmeline Pankhurst. Charlotte's got a good description of who she is. She was the most famous and influential British suffrage leader. She's remarkable. Yeah, she was a suffragette. Suffragettes did things like jump in front of the king's horse and sacrifice themselves for the rights for women to vote. And she helps give women the vote in Britain. I don't know the years, but it was quite a long time ago. There is footage of an incident at a horse race in black and white, a very early black and white video of somebody jumping in front of a horse and sacrificing themselves, and that was all to do with the suffragette movement and Emmeline Pankhurst.
That's crazy.
Dude, you know, it was really crazy. There was this guy here. He pulled up to the terminal, and he was in his truck, and all he did was just pass out, man. Like, fell asleep. I knocked on his door. I'm like, yeah.
He on that
I mean, he was. I mean, people were driving around him, hitting the air brakes. Nothing. The guy wasn't moving. I said, "Man, is this guy okay?" So I went and knocked on his door, and he goes, "Oh yeah, I just took a nap."
Women shouldn't have the right to vote. See, but I get attacked by a bunch of people, but Zero can get away with it.
I was about to say Zero. I think is the troll channel for some reason.
But anyways, what I was going to tell you guys is, man, up in the sky, if you look up, there's these two dots, like two stars. They're actually planets. It's Jupiter and Mars are like right on top of one another.
Yeah, isn't it like in retrograde or whatever the heck they call that? I forgot what they call it or whatever.
And then
the planets and all that stuff.
But then at the end of the month, August 28th, they're supposed to be the planets are all supposed to line up together. So that's pretty cool.
Matt likes him that astronomy stuff.
And then the laser is complete.
I was reading about Carl Sagan yesterday. Carl Sagan amazed me with the fact he said there is 100 billion galaxies, each one with 100 billion stars, and if we just judge them at if we work out that each star is likely to have as many planets as our own, the numbers of planets is infinite. I think that's amazing. 100 billion stars and 100 billion galaxies.
Yeah. I believe there's other planets that house life as well.
Yeah, I do. Not as we think it is. But...
with as many stars and galaxies that exist, it's improbable that there isn't life on another planet.
Yeah.
No, we'll get invaded by aliens if we haven't already. So it'll happen eventually. It just probably won't be in our lifetime.
Necessary. You've already been abducted by aliens, man.
Yeah, they like to stuff things in. They like to probe people and stuff. What are you talking about, bro?
Charles begs to be abducted.
Really, man? Take me away from this hellhole. Shit.
He said, use the warm lube this time.
Yeah, I'm tired of being on this damn planet. These people are just wrong, man. They're just wrong.
He wants to get poked and prod with a 10-inch.
I'm not the one with freaking furry butt plugs with tails and stuff. Thank you very much.
They sound good.
Yeah. I'm done now, man. You went too far.
Man, we went from the chat with Fiend, Mark, and Travis to Charles and Matt.
Yeah.
Simon, I don't include you on the tomfoolery. Sorry, he said you're too nice.
Yeah. I do my best. I worry about being on a trucker talk. You know, after all that stuff that I came out with last week. About truckers being linked to murdering prostitutes. I think it was you that mentioned it.
He just doesn't want to admit it. I'm a necessary evil. He just doesn't want to admit it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed earlier I showed the inside of what our trucks look like because we're day cabs.
Yeah, the small one.
I
we
know what they look like.
we have no room for really anyone. It's even hard to have passengers because it's such a tight space.
Yeah, it's not even worth picking up hookers to kill them or anything. It's so small. I mean, really.
There's no
Trust
fun
me,
anymore.
I'm sure I have a trucker serial killer somewhere that said that. Well, I was going to pick up this one girl and get her, but I couldn't. I was in the day cab.
I was going to kill the hooker, but then I got high.
Yeah. Well, you was going to break down my gate, but then you got high. Yo, you seen that video where the cops are breaking in through Afro Man's house and everything, and all you hear is, well, I was going to fix my gate, but then I got high, and it shows the cops breaking his gate, and each part of the song says something different, and you see the cops breaking that too. He's got the whole video, and the police are pissed. They're like, "You got to take it down." He's like, "No, I don't." Because they basically messed up his house pretty damn badly over nothing. I think he had like a couple of joints, but they thought he was like a drug dealer and junk. And they really screwed up his house.
Yeah.
He was like, you know what? I'm going to get my revenge. I'm going to show everybody what the hell they did, and I'm going to make fun of them at the same time. He's like a troll. Yeah, and it was hilarious, too. And then I think they're filing a lawsuit and trying to get YouTube to pull it down now.
Where's Charlotte from? She's from the UK, I think, but I'd like to know roughly where she's from, what county, maybe.
I've heard it before. I think she's not the one from Scotland, is she?
Oh, she could be, yes. Yeah, I think
there was one from Scotland. I don't remember who it was. Because I know Scully and Dawn are from South Africa. Fluffy Bunny is from the UK. I feel like there's another one.
Yeah, you get good coverage, don't you? There's people from all over the world.
Yeah. The only place I haven't reached into and got a regular from was which, okay, I take it back. I can't say the only place, but the only continent is actually there's South America, Antarctica, and then Australia I haven't gotten anything from either. Carol I think was once she was in here, but she's not a regular. Charlotte, where were you from again? Necessary, I don't know if you're just being quiet or if your mic cut out. But I feel like there's another one. There's someone else that's in here regularly about every night that I feel. Dang, that's rough. My brain's not working like I want it to.
Oh, that's like a Tuesday for you.
That's accurate.
Well, that saves my question of going, does anybody hear me?
No, I can hear you now. You're good.
Yeah, that's my easy go-to right there. Just insult somebody, and then you'll know right away if they hear you or not.
I wonder where Big Fish went. There's no way. There's no way Big Fishy fell asleep already. Tell me she stays awake all night. Wait, you tell me she stays awake all night every night, except the night that leads into the weekend?
Oh, I'm pretty sure she's not sleeping. Yeah, that's all I'll say. I'm pretty sure she's not asleep.
She's mad at me. I knew it.
Oh no, yeah, she was talking to me on something else, so I know she's not asleep.
Man,
I'm thinking
Chad is.
she'll probably be back soon.
Is she harassing someone?
Yeah, me.
Oh no, I don't care about that.
Well, you asked. No, I remember she went to the store for something. She might still be on the way back, or might have just got back. I'm sure she'll magically appear out of nowhere here soon enough.
Well, it just went from 27 to 28 watching, so she probably heard me talking about her.
Yeah, she had that sixth sense going.
Yeah, Simon. Eventually, we'll get an answer.
No, okay. She maybe
I'm from the South, Simon. As far south as you can go, and then some.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think we may have spoken actually. I've got a feeling we've spoken. I'm guessing Devon, Cornwall, somewhere like that. But I might be
Scully,
wrong.
I agree. Here, fishy, 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 fishy.
I love the South. If anyone gets opportunity to visit the UK, the North is great, but some great places in the South as well. Cornwall is, and that area, the little pointy bit of land at the bottom left when you look at the UK is Cornwall, and Devon and that sort of area. It's beautiful, lovely beaches.
Work in Scotland and London a lot. Reside in the South. I think Silas is from Scotland.
That's right.
How could I forget about Silas?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Silas. Silas was one of the ones I was watching when nobody was here, man.
Yeah. I said Silas was the regular. I don't know where she's at now.
Oh, I'm sure she'll be back. She's usually up much later than this, so it's still early. Well, actually, damn, I didn't realize it was 3 o'clock.
I was about to say, is it Saturday where you're at, Simon?
It is Saturday, yeah. I've got absolutely nothing planned today. It's going to be a nice day.
Silas is probably spending family time. I'm not going to be upset about that.
Yeah, there'll be Friday night out, a big night out for a lot of people. People go for a meal or they go to a pub on a Friday night.
Yeah,
every night.
I work Friday nights.
Yeah, I always worked on a Saturday, so and a Sunday. To be fair, I was in the motor trade, so I worked weekends, so I never really experienced the full Friday night thing. At one point, I used to go out every night. Friday and Saturday weren't that special, but obviously you grow up and you get bored of that.
I worked nights for the longest time because usually when I'm wiring a place, it has no air because it has no power. So, but at the same time, I do it during the day, so it doesn't make much sense. But then again, it's kind of hard to see in the dark, but really everywhere's dark when it has no power. So
it's called a flashlight.
Oh man, it don't work that way. A flashlight ain't big enough for the job. When you running wires and fuse boxes through a whole huge ass building, yeah. Like the building
got
today,
this.
it's about 7,000 square feet or whatever. Can you imagine walking around with a little flashlight running about 50,000 feet of wire through that?
Wow.
I've had to do it for fiber optics for cabling, but I guess it's nowhere near the same.
No, you got to run everything up the walls and the roof and the floor, all everywhere.
Yep.
It's a real pain in the ass. But yeah, it
I'm
gets
going to
hot
have
as
to
hell.
disappear. I've got a dog that needs walking, but have a nice day, guys. And
Yeah, you
look
too.
after yourself.
Simon, have a good one, buddy.
All right, be lucky, guys. Bye-bye.
You too.
Yep.
And then everything gets quiet again.
So do you have a magnet or a hook pull to help pull cables up through the wall into the ceiling?
No, we just use a piece of rope, man.
Oh, I guess that works. Well, that's
You use twine or string or something like that.
Yeah.
You run it down and you tie it to the wire, and then you go to where you need to go, whether it be on the second floor or on the first floor or whatnot, and then you literally pull the rope and it will drag the wire up through the poles and stuff that you need it to go through. It's real easy and real quick.
For us, we had to be careful because that fiber optic line breaks really easily, and if there's any kind of break in it, it'll disrupt the signal.
Oh, yeah, these wires are pretty good size, plus they're just straight up, It's not like house
Yeah,
wire.
it'd be easy.
Everything's going to be wired on a much higher voltage, bigger wires. And it's basically almost the size of like what you would wire your dryer or something, or your stove or whatever with.
Yeah.
So you ain't gonna mess it up, but at the same time, it's so thick it doesn't want to twist around or make turns too hard. So if you're just trying to get it to go through in a magnet, it's not going to work because a magnet, copper, and everything
just
else.
Pop off.
Yeah. I mean, it's barely magnetized whatsoever. Copper, and we use aluminum, copper, and like a mix.
That's why I always liked running coax because you could fucking damn near do anything with that. Just tie a little knot at the end of it. Fucking tie a piece of yarn or something to the end. Yank it through wherever you need to yank it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the easiest way to go about it. Sometimes we have to find little ingenuitive ways and stuff like that to do it, but, it works out the same. But yeah, there's always going to be pain in the ass spots where you can't get a wire to go through, and then that's where you got to start figuring things out.
Yeah. Do you deal with a lot of crawl spaces or anything?
Always in the roofs. We don't have basements here usually.
There's big fish.
Fish needs to stop being scared. She should hop on here and talk sometime.
She was going to when... Oh, who was it? There was a discussion going on between two people, and she was going to come on and state her side, or state something, but then it was... Yes, it did work. She was having issues with the connection or something.
Or, yeah. I went and told her, I said, people are looking for you.
Fishy about got me in trouble the other day.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
She sent a message, and I said something. It was the way she worded something was weird. And my fiance seen it. Well, I always. Oh, hold on. I'll read the exact message. Give me 2 seconds, and I'll look at it.
That would mean that she actually words things in the wrong way? No, that would never. I'll just shut up.
I can't do that. I already deleted all the messages. Anyways, which actually sounds more incriminating than what it is.
No, I mean, yeah, I can only
no,
guess.
it was.
That's all I can do.
So it was before she knew who it was on because she's got a different name on X or Twitter or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And she said, "How's that feel?" or "How's that feel now?" or something like that, and then said, "Huh." And that's all my fiance seen in the top of the notifications. Yeah. And so it was completely out of context. And my fiance is like, who is this and why are they saying that? And I read it. I was like, oh, that's fish. And she was like, fish. And I was like, big fish. And she's like, oh. And then I opened it up. I showed my fiance. I was like, you could have just opened it up and looked at the conversation. She was like, yeah, I guess I could have done that. And it was completely taken out of context. It was hilarious.
Man, you done cheated like 50 times in her head by that point.
Yeah, I probably still have it about choosing Mark over who. Yeah, Big Fish. It was funny.
Women scary like that, man. They will look for something, and even if it's not there, they'll find a way to make it happen. They're just like, if they feel like it.
Well, that's like today, okay? Because I never ask her if she's coming home for lunch or anything, but the maintenance crew was there at the house working on my ceiling because I had a water leak,
right?
And so I had texted her. I said, "Hey, is that you or something like that, or are you here?"
Yeah.
And she didn't respond at all. And then I said, "Hey, are you coming home for lunch?" Because she usually has an hour and a half lunch. I was gonna have her swing through and get something to eat for lunch real quick before she came home, and we could have had lunch together. Because they had the kitchen and the dining room blocked off fixing the ceiling, so I didn't feel like going in there. So and then she automatically jumped to conclusions thinking I was trying to be nefarious, and so she just didn't respond and then just showed up at home. I'm like, oh, it's so nice of you to fucking respond. And she was like, yeah. Then she was looking at me. She was like, why are you down here? Shouldn't you be sleeping right now? And I was like, well, that's a bit suspicious. Why should I be sleeping right now? And she was like, what do you mean? I was like, I pointed towards the dining room where the guys were working. And she was like, oh, see, that's why I didn't respond, because I was trying to come home without you knowing to see if there was something going on. I was like, why the fuck do you think like that? I was legitimately trying to get, I was just trying to get you to pick up some food.
That's a bad sign, bro. Well, I want to say that's a bad sign, but honestly, I've been there, I've lived it. So,
well, in her defense, I never ask her, "Hey, are you coming home?" Because I know usually around the time she comes home, and I'm usually asleep.
Well, normally I would say it sounds like your woman's overthinking things, but that'd be like,
fucking what woman doesn't overthink things?
The ocean is blue. I know, but thinking about cheating at least twice, which in women's rules, that's like, in reality, it's about 1,000 times, and she only told you about the twice.
To be fair, Big Fish's message did look really weird with no context. Even I was like, yeah, no, I get that. I get why that would be concerning.
Oh, man. Honestly, I get all kinds of weird texts and everything else. And at this point, even when they're meant to be bad, I don't know. I just overthink things, but even I wouldn't think too much about that.
Yeah. See, even Big Fish says, yeah, I had a flip too. She's always welcome to hit me up. Yeah, I told her about Gambies too, and anyone in the Discord. I said, if you have any kind of concerns, you're free to talk to any of them. I told her, I was like, I talk about you on stream. I have never said that I was single. I've never said anything like that. I've always said I am happily engaged.
But Blake, let's just
even if the happiness is embellished a little. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah. Let's just be clear. Some of these women on the Discord and everything else, it wouldn't matter if you sat there and talked about your old lady.
That's the thing is I don't
still gonna
talk
do
to
it,
it.
man.
I don't talk to anyone like that at all.
Because I've even been there, and I asked others, like, do not flirt with me, yada, yada, yada. I didn't say why. I just said, don't flirt with me. And that doesn't last long at all. They just don't listen.
If you need to rest the browser instead of the app, it saves all of it. Oh, okay. Well, see, I wouldn't know that. I did that, or I did, I'm not going into that. Anyways, and that's what, like, she was like, well, or this is way before she started like interacting with any of the chat. She was a little paranoid because usually I don't ever give my phone number out, and there's a handful of people that have my number now from YouTube. Which, and when I say a handful, I quite literally mean a handful. Like you, Gambies.
I was about to say, I feel special because I have a contact under my phone and it says Blake.
Yeah, it's you, it's Gambies. Teddy has my number. Adrian, which I don't really talk to her all that much anymore. And that's really it. Well, I guess CJ, but I don't talk to CJ either, and vice versa. Men that do not communicate well and women that always think their man is up to something tend to not work out. Well, we've been together for 6 years, or going on 6 years, so I think we're doing pretty good. It's actually been better these last few years, ironically, than what it was initially. But she had a lot of personal trust issues stemming from past relationships and family and etc. We've worked on a lot of things and we've grown closer because of things, so it works.
Usually I get trusted, but then again, I'm not that much of a whore, so I don't have to worry about it.
Well, I think she was justified in asking. Yeah, she definitely was justified. It was a very awkward message, the way it was sent, when it was sent, and the fact that she didn't know who who you were on Twitter. It was like an all-in-one kind of scenario that spiraled out. Which, it wasn't even an argument. It was, who's this and why are they saying this? And I opened it up and showed her. I was like, oh, this is Big Fish. I forgot you don't know what her name is on here. And that was the end of the conversation.
Right.
She said, oh, okay. She actually also asked, because I said something about, because Big Fish said what the fuck yesterday or the day before about not having my phone number. And she actually goes, yeah, why doesn't she have your phone number, but everyone else does? I was like, everyone else? There's not an everyone else. There's like 5 people that have my number. It was funny. And I don't even, there for a while when everything first happened and I started streaming my stuff myself, I think I did talk to Gambies closer to a daily basis. But we don't talk as much. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I don't like talking to Gambies, but we just don't. I don't talk to a lot of people. Fuck. I go weeks at a time without talking to my own mom, if that makes anyone feel better. Ugh.
No, I usually keep it simple. I'm like, I don't even want to hear someone bitch. I'm like, here's my phone. It's not locked with a code. And if you need a password for anything I use on the internet, just take it. They're all the same anyways.
Yeah, that's the way I am.
Yeah,
I come back to join Discord. Sorry to DM you. I tell you how to take care of business, but some people need to be bitch slapped. Yeah, Fiend is
nobody bitch slaps me, man. It's just not fun. It's boring around here.
Fiend is a very opinionated view, but a lot of people do. So I try to make sure everyone's allowed to have their own opinions.
Yeah,
I would
if I ever
also
meet
be a
Fiend in person, I'm probably gonna slap him in the back of the head the first thing I see him. I'm just gonna like, who's that? Is that Fiend? Okay, right there in the back of the head.
I would also be a bit weary if I was her coming into Delphi adjacent chat. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, people be crazy in Delphi, man. It
Yeah,
really
that's
should.
why taking messages out of context can make people look real bad when it isn't. Yeah, I know. Which I've I have had a couple where I've gotten messages and they were not good messages, but I had to show her, hey, this is what spam is. This is fraud. This is fake. This is something, and then I had to go through and show her like 3 or 4 other spam messages exactly like it.
On the phone or on? You're not talking
Email.
about Discord, right? Oh,
No,
oh
email.
Lord! You're gonna be sitting there for
Yeah.
a long time, seriously.
Yep.
Because yeah,
Um,
I don't know. I get thousands of spam email. I just don't even pay attention to my email at this point, unless I can't log into something. That's the only time I even pay attention. I got so many damn emails. It's not even funny.
there hasn't really been any drama tonight, USA. We had a 4-hour-long conversation with Travis. But other than that, we've been kind of shooting shit for like the last hour.
Miranda,
Just talking.
Who are you mad at, girl? Seriously. I don't even know what the hell's going on.
Defamation is
Defamation
a
is when
bold
you say
term.
something. Yeah. Oh, my bad. I thought you were trying to figure out what it meant.
No, it's a bold term.
What is going on?
She's upset with Fiend for saying that he didn't care much for the one chick. I don't even remember her name.
Okay.
Ron Logan mentioned her.
Oh, that helps.
But defamation is a legal precedence where it would have to affect her or affect her in a
and
in a live manner.
Yeah. Susan H. I don't know who that is.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jen. Hopefully you're able to get stuff done to relax. Yeah, Susan. Yeah, Susan. That's who it was. He had a difference of opinion of Susan compared to Miranda and others. He don't think that her Fiend said Susan Hendricks wasn't an investigative journalist, among other things.
I mean, everybody's entitled to an opinion. I mean, I could probably think of all kinds of reporters and whatnot that I probably don't like that others do.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, I just keep my mouth shut, but you know, that's probably why I'm not hated as much as I am. Some people just don't care.
Oh, that's like a lot of people say the same thing about Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I'm not big on politics. That's why, yeah, the whole politics and the news stuff and all that stuff. That's why I just don't even watch it. It's nothing but trouble. Nothing but trouble.
Criticize her position in job performance, which can affect her livelihood. It can't affect her livelihood, being it's an opinion on. He doesn't think her job. So he doesn't think that her performance on the job has been as good as what other people have. That's like saying you go to your boss or someone else goes to your boss and says, hey, this person, I don't think they've been doing as good as what they could have been. I think they've been slacking off, blah, blah, blah. Your boss is going to look at it and say, okay, you've been doing what you're supposed to be doing, but you're not meeting their standards. I'm just going to ignore it.
Right.
A personal view is not defamation.
And even if you were to convince a couple of people, it's certainly not worth the court costs and whatnot. To and he like I was saying, and like Blake was saying, he would have to convince people using his lies about that person to make a considerable dent in how much she earns, which none of that's happening. So, and I'm just making the point that it's not defamation whatsoever. I forget the other one that doesn't involve financing, but even
that comes back to the Richard Allen's guilty, Richard Allen's not guilty. If you say he's guilty, but he's actually not, then you're saying that is technically defamation, because that could make his, his outward look on other people, it could look bad on him. You see what I'm saying? I defend people's opinions, Miranda. It has nothing to do with him personally or anyone else. I would tell him the same thing if he was saying it about you. Really? What's up, Mark? You woke up, I want to say early or late. I can't. I guess I can't really.
Why people on block. It's not because they had an opinion that differs from the people that around here. It's that they have an agenda that they're trying to use their opinion to push.
Yeah.
That's why they're not wanted here, and there's a big difference.
Now it'd be defamation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be defamation if he were to say make a website specifically criticizing that one person's work and ruining their life.
Through and people were buying into it in numbers, then yeah, it would have to be a lie. It would have to affect their earnings, and it would have to be a considerable amount of people that think of defamation as the turd chick, I can't remember her
Amber
name.
Heard,
when she ran around telling everybody that freaking I forgot his name, but y'all know who I'm talking about.
Amber Heard and Johnny Depp
beat her. That right there, that's defamation, because she's spreading a lie that other people were now believing,
and he was losing work.
His getting work, and it did because he was, fired from Pirates of the Caribbean and all kinds of other things. That's defamation. You see, a lie that was produced that caused a bunch of people and all that, and it affected his making money in the process. That's why he was able to sue, and that's why he won. It's literally a perfect definition, or a perfect example of defamation.
Yep. Someone having an opinion that differs is not defamation. It may be upsetting, and you have every means to block him if that's the case and that's how you feel. But like I said, as far as him being criticized, oh hey Matt, welcome back. I will not criticize him for his opinion on something, because I have my own opinion about certain people as well. But it doesn't mean I'm saying. It doesn't mean it's defamation because I don't like them.
But yeah, if you don't like something somebody says, the easiest way to go about it is just to block them. Sometimes it just doesn't work, but hey, at least try.
Yep.
Like earlier, I tried blocking somebody and they decided that I wasn't allowed to. So that just didn't work out, apparently.
Who the fuck did you try blocking?
I don't want to get into it right now. It's just too much
bullshit.
What's up, Marky Mark?
Trying to block me.
I'm mightily amused. I am amused by their tenacity to not give up in the process. So I'll give them that much.
You mention anything sexual around Fiend at all, he will run and hide.
Yeah, I know exactly.
He is so timid, it's funny.
Yeah, he is a what is that? Is it a prude? Yeah, he's a prude.
Yeah, he's so timid, it's hilarious. He's bashful. That's what it is.
We're gonna take him to the strip club, and he's not gonna know it. It's gonna be awesome.
Till everyone got there.
Yeah, we're gonna find a strip club that doesn't look like a strip club, and it doesn't look like a strip club when you walk inside. And then we're gonna convince Fiend to go. And I've never been to one, so it's gonna even be better.
I've never been to one either.
We're gonna have the security or just a couple of us standing in the doorway so he can't escape. It's good times, man. Good times.
Trebek, Get your ass back in there and get a lap dance, boy.
Well, yeah, if they're trying to convince him, they're not trying to convince me, and that's what the point.
No, he wouldn't go. You're right, Big Fish.
That's why it's got to not look like a strip club. And yeah, see.
Have a good day, Charlotte.
This will be the last and only time you hear me talk of it, because trust me, I'm going to work this plan out.
No, Luis, never.
And
It would
Gaby's
be
what-
mean. That's sexual assault.
Yeah,
Dude, he
Gaby's
doesn't
what-
have to go to. He doesn't have to go to a strip club. Just go to a truck stop. Lot lizards. Man. Come
Yeah,
on
there,
now.
there you go. We're gonna duct tape him to a chair and pay someone to give him a lap dance.
Saran wrap works better. No. It's easier to pull off at the end too. So, and he won't need no protection, so that's a double win, right? Right. Okay. Watch, I'm gonna hear about this tomorrow. Somebody said something earlier about a screenshot that has me in it, and now I'm wondering, is it the other one that they were talking about that I already know about, or did I say something else that got me in trouble again? I hope so. I've been trying to piss off people lately. It'll make me really happy if it actually worked.
I don't have enough time to piss people off.
I don't try to.
Hey Blake, did you ever figure out what those gifts are?
The gift? What do you mean?
Well, like if somebody gives you gifts, like on YouTube, whatever.
Oh, no. Don gifted several people memberships. So that's how they got the like the emotes and different things like that.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 'cause it said 5 gifts or something. Yeah.
Yeah. He sent 5 gifts and then he bought himself one as well.
That's why
Now, if
none of you
somebody-
are allowed to go, because you would give it away, freaking weirdos.
Now, if somebody goes ahead and subscribe, or I guess not subscribes, but joins, then do you get any kind of money for that?
Are you showing people my screenshot?
Me?
No, I'm talking to Zero. Pain in my ass.
Oh, probably.
You-
Slander
you
is a
like
false
that.
statement, usually made
That's
orally,
what I'm
which is
But then
Okay.
again, it's going to be worth the court costs and all that other stuff.
and when you say slander, you have to be saying like, hey, this person's saying this, this, and this, which is completely false, or you have to say, just because you say, oh yeah, I don't like that person or I don't believe in what they do, that doesn't mean it's slander.
I'm about to say,
That
just
just means
because
he
you don't agree with him doesn't make what he's saying wrong. To him,
Exactly.
it's correct. That means it's not slander, because you would have to know that what you're saying is untrue, and you're saying it to make the other person look bad anyways.
Yeah. And Matt, I think the membership prices are like $2, $3, $4, $5, and then the
No, I
top
seen
one's
it was
like
like
10.
Yeah, that's 20 for the top.
No, mine. The top one for mine was like $9.99 or something.
She's not what her career is, but I mean, I'm not understanding what you're putting out there. But okay.
So he said she's not an investigative journalist, but that's what her career is what she's saying.
Oh, it's
But
okay,
again,
Zero.
that's
it
he
looks
can-
nothing like I do now, so it doesn't bother me.
he can say that, Miranda, but it's not going to affect her. She'll probably never see it, and if she does see it, it shouldn't affect her because she already knows what she does. And so does everyone else that's affected by her. So, I said the fact that, one measly little person on YouTube said something that, oh, I don't like her, she's not who she says she is. That's not going to affect that person, It's like there could be over-the-road truck drivers that say, I'm not a real truck driver because I'm not over the road. I don't drive across country. Doesn't make their just because their statement's false doesn't mean, it's going to affect me at all.
Yeah, it's I think it's a skateboard shirt or something like that. Somebody had bought me. I can't remember why they bought it for me, but I probably said I liked it because it had the big C on the arm and on the chest or whatever.
It's not defamation if it doesn't affect their character or their person. Now, if she got fired from her job because someone heard Fiend say, oh, yeah, she's not a real reporter, then yes, that would be defamation. But that's not how that works. If someone fired her over Fiend's comment, then she's probably doing something to get fired, because that's not enough to fire someone.
It's not enough to want somebody
talking
kicked
about?
off the channel or whatever else. I mean, if anybody tells him to chill out, he's just not really going to listen, or he's just going to take it to heart and get offended. So
I don't
I'm
have
not understanding what. Not you, dude. I'm talking about Fiend.
Oh,
You know,
I was gonna say I don't have a problem.
Not
I don't have a
gonna.
problem with Fiend.
There's no legal precedent, and getting mad over it's just silly. So I don't see the point in what you've been saying. He hasn't done enough to have him removed from here, and he hasn't done even enough to say something. He just, says dumb shit, which I do all the time,
Yeah.
but nobody has a problem with because I most of the time pick somebody that everybody dislikes.
Then and Miranda, that means anyone saying Richard Allen is guilty currently should be arrested or sued for defamation.
That's what I'm saying. He ain't gonna care. It's not gonna change the thing he does.
And that's what I'm saying.
There's no point in getting mad. There's just no point. That's all I'm saying.
It's not really going to care. No, and I wouldn't care either, Big Fish.
Really?
I said, if I say I don't like someone, I don't, I don't like them, I don't know what, or I don't like what they do, it's not going to affect their life. It's just me saying I don't like them.
You can't get mad about what every little person says or whatever just because you don't agree with them, because there's much more to life than that. And,
Okay, but then you said by definition, you said the slander earlier, you said the slander reflects onto the character, which is defamation.
Really?
That is what you said earlier, Miranda. Anyways.
Really.
Scully, yes, pineapples are good.
False advertisement.
What?
Oh, nothing. I was going to make a joke, but it wasn't that funny once I thought about it, so I decided not to. Nothing to worry about. I do that a lot. You'd be amazed, but most of the time y'all don't hear it because I'm typing it out.
Shut up, Charles. I don't like you. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't like you either, Matt.
0.
Oh, y'all fucking weirdos looking on the internet.
I'm gonna be famous one day. Just remember that.
I don't know. I think at least a couple thousand people in the world know of me, and that's good enough for me.
I want less people to know of me. I want to disappear.
I wanted less people to know about me, but I'm much more happier, the more people I annoy. So I've learned that I like to annoy people, and yeah, I want more people to be annoyed by me.
I mean, I'm gonna be maybe stand-up comedy, but I need to get better with my dad jokes.
I don't think I'm funny, but I think I say funny things. But I just
I wanted to bring something up because Big Fish sends me a lot of voice messages. Okay,
I know that feeling.
I swear I've heard this chick say at least 40 times in like 8 voice messages.
Right.
God damn it! Now I'm saying it. Fuck. Is that something that is comparable to like? Yes. Like Jesus Christ! Now I'm saying like over and over again. Damn it! Now I'm saying yep. I'm done. I'm just gonna. All right, everyone, watch me put this fucking truck into the ditch right now.
That is what happened.
So how's your night, Blake, going?
It's going actually really well.
It's going like great.
Blake,
Aspen says a lot too.
Are you having a good day?
I haven't really thought about it.
Now I'm gonna point it out every time I hear it. Where the fuck did I put my lighter at? Okay, I'm gonna get mad.
Well, it's like fuck saying mate, you know, you get, what's it, people up north, they say, what was it? Hey. How you doing, eh?
It was not talking poorly of anyone connected, Miranda. Now you're jumping to conclusions. Because he doesn't like her as an investigative journalist doesn't mean he's negatively talking about the family. He is literally stuck up. There was literally the other night, someone had said something about Kelsey possibly being a part of it, and me and Fiend both shut that down very quickly. We don't support that at all. Just because someone doesn't like someone else that's doing their job doesn't mean their job is bad. He doesn't have to like her as a person. Just like you don't have to like me, and just like you don't have to like Fiend. He never said she wasn't comforting them. He said he doesn't think she's done a good enough job at her job. That is his opinion to have. You can't sit here and say, "Oh, you're supporting this, this, and this," because that is completely false. Like I said, it's.
Richie talking shit now.
He can say that. That is his opinion to say.
Are you still,
Miranda?
Oh my
It does not
God.
affect the family at all. You are. She had said that the point is this woman is close with Libby German's family, and she is a great comfort to them. If you want to be one of those channels that allow that kind of talk, you're going to turn off people.
You literally are not making up excuses to meet your end of the debate.
Okay.
That's a strong arm argument.
Miranda,
if what you're trying to say.
Miranda, if you're not going to like people's opinions about someone else and how they do their job, you don't have to listen.
Just block him if you don't want to hear what he says. But obviously you do, or you would just block it.
Well, and that's kind of like what I'm getting at is it has nothing to do with the victim's family. It has nothing to. It was Fiend said, in his opinion, he doesn't look at her as an investigator or a journalist, whatever you want to call her.
Somebody telling me I can't talk shit about Greeno because he's related to the victims. I don't give a shit. If I want to talk about him, I'm gonna talk about him. It makes no sense. There's no room for that in that kind of debate. No, thank you. That's literally a strong arm argument right there. You're using something that has no context to what he said or what you're complaining about to use it as a way to make yourself seem like you're ahead in the argument. And no, that's not the right thing to do at all.
Yeah, I know USA. Comforting someone is not being an investigate journalist. But like I said, everyone can have an opinion, just like you don't like Fiend. Like I said, everyone can have their opinion about someone. Like I said, people don't like me. People don't. I don't give a fuck.
Nobody likes me. I'm annoying.
Like I said, it's a stretch to say because he doesn't like her that he's slandering and defaming her. Then to turn around and say it's because it's affecting, or it could affect the family. That's a far stretch. Like I said, like I said, that I don't know what the issue is. Like I
She
said,
just didn't
this
like
channel
one
is
thing
known
he
for
said.
allowing.
That's all it comes down to.
Yeah,
One
yeah.
actual thing that he said.
So did you guys hear about the journalist on Fox that got sued for $30 million?
She got trolled. That's all it is. She trolled herself. Simple as that. She let somebody say
I
bother
didn't hear
her
what you said,
so
Matt.
much. Sorry, Matt.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, what's going on?
I agree with that, Luis.
Sorry, I mean to interrupt.
No, I just honestly not even sure why we're still talking about it, but okay.
We were away from it, and then she brought it back up and mentioned the family, and that kind of irritated me a little bit. Sorry.
No, I get it.
I was like, because that's one thing. Like me and Fiend both stuck up for him yesterday when someone mentioned Kelsey. We shut that stuff down quick.
I mean, I can't just, it's like me. I'm a member of a victim's family that was murdered. I can't just, go around saying you can't say that because I don't like the way it sounds and my cousin got murdered. I can't do that. You just got to take what you like and what you don't like and deal with them as they come.
I had like a second cousin or something like that. Yeah, she got murdered too. Yep.
Yeah.
USA, that was perfectly said, buddy. Anyways, let's get away from this talk.
Yeah, really.
So I heard there was a journalist on Fox that got sued for $30 million.
What for?
Probably defamation. Or
yeah, I was talking about the Kamala and Trump and all that.
Oh, that was a very short statement, Matt.
Well, basically, I don't know. It was something. Yeah, I'll send you the link on it or whatever. You can listen to it. Not trying to get not trying to get into politics tonight. I guess. Trying to throw like an S curve around it,
Right.
Matt, you off any hookers lately?
About what?
You heard me.
Have I seen any hookers lately?
No, I said, have you offed any?
No.
Charles, what about you?
I can't answer that question.
Any casual?
There is no statute of limitations on murder. Telling you that anything like that would, possibly put myself at risk.
Oh, only the house fires, right?
Right, Charles. Quantified immunity.
Yeah, I'm not going to incriminate myself. That'd be stupid.
Scully, any casual Nintendo Switch game recommendations? My fiance, aka Bankruptcy, is huge into Animal, Fortnite, and used to be Pokemon, but I don't think she's been into it in a while.
I don't see what everybody's big on Pokemon, honestly. I thought it was stupid as shit, but that's just me.
Dude, the only thing I had was the cards. I didn't understand no game or nothing. Everyone's like, oh, you got the goodest card, best card. Oh, I'll take that from you. I'm like, what?
Dude probably got robbed $250,000 of cards.
Yeah, it's like every chick I date literally compares me to a fucking Pokemon, and it's annoying as shit. How old are you?
Yeah, you sound like Squirtle.
It's always because of my name, too. So it's always
Charmander, a Charizard.
I'm glad you
I
can
can't
spell
say
the
much.
beginning first. Yeah.
How do you get Pikachu on a bus? Is that a joke or a question, Scully?
I'm guessing it's a joke.
Hey,
I can't
Charles,
say much. I like Pokemon, but I play with my kids and everything.
If you were on a bus with a bunch of gay guys, would you get off?
I'm not answering that question.
Answer.
I don't know, Matt. Answer this one for me. If I whacked my dick 1,000 times, would you suck it?
You Pokemon, says Scully. That's
Yeah,
funny.
I'm quite knowledgeable on the whole questions that should never be answered, because either way it's going to come out wrong.
Well, Blake just answered it. Pokemon.
What? I was reading Scully's answer. What happened? I wasn't even listening to you two idiots.
It sounded like he answered it, all right?
See, what you ask him is, hey, if I washed my dick
Morning,
1,000
Kathy.
times, would you suck it? And if they say no, you call them, okay, you're a dirty dick sucker. I get you. And if they say yes, you just look at them funny and shake your head and walk away.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say is I just want to.
here.
What's the other one? Have you come out? Have you come out of the closet to your mom yet, or something like that?
Yeah, if you say no, it's gonna be like, well, you need to work on that, bro. And it's like, oh shit. And if you say yes,
well, what if you got?
Just,
what if you got a hot mom?
Well, but why would it matter?
Wait, what? Where did that come from, Matt?
What does that got to do with anything? There's no logic to that answer whatsoever.
No, there's not.
I can't come out to my mom. Why? She's hot. I mean, if you're a girl, that makes sense. I mean, but no, not for a guy.
USA says, why do you never change in front of a Pokemon?
Because they're gonna peek at you. I don't know.
They may peek at you. No, you got that right.
That's the only thing I could think of. They're trying to peek at you, man. But if you're changing in front of it, it's not like you're really hiding it. So that's kind of your fault.
Yeah.
Yeah, that says more about you.
Yeah. Luis, we all questioned exactly what Matt said as well.
Right.
I was confused. I didn't know what really was going on.
No. You can't back out of it that way, motherfucker.
He was dazed and confused.
The whole chat. There.
Anyways. I'm just going to leave that there, all right? My mind, went somewhere else.
No.
I think I missed something somewhere in there, but okay.
I think we're just gonna skip past that one casually, like it's not a house on fire. Oh, what to talk about next?
Really?
So Charles, I got a question for you.
What's up?
Maybe this, I don't know. Anyways, if if you were, like a teenager in school and the teacher got with you, would you say something, or would you just, or would you tell on her?
Well, he's a guy, so nothing would happen.
I don't know. I mean, I've had male teachers and female teachers, so it would have to depend. And no, it really wouldn't depend, because if it was a guy, nothing would happen. But then again, all my chick teachers were kind of gross, man. But at the same time, I don't really think it should matter, because whether it be a male victim or a female victim, any kind of pedophile is a disgusting piece of shit. I don't care how big they are or anything.
Luis says Matt should tell his hot mom.
Right. Oh, that's what we were skipping over, the hot mom thing.
I don't even know, man, what I was talking about the hot mom.
You gotta see what Matt's mom looks like, apparently.
I was going to ask, Matt, are you asking this because you were homeschooled?
I wasn't homeschooled. I went to public school.
He was homeschooled, and he had a prom. Let me tell you, he had a prom.
It ended just like everyone else's prom.
Crying, walking home by yourself? No, I don't know. I never went to prom. I think I went to
No.
one in like 8th grade though. I went with 2 chicks. It was awesome.
His date leaving him for the prom king.
No, that's horrible.
Oh man.
But I do remember I went with this freshman in college to prom, and I think I was a senior. And oh man, the girl was kind of weird. I went ahead, I asked her what her favorite color was. She said orange. So I went ahead and got her, I don't know, like 24 roses or something, like like 2 or 3 dozen or something like that, right? I mean, obviously 24 is 2, but I think I got her like just a huge bouquet of roses, and I got them all sprayed orange. Man, that girl was like mad about it. Why you waste your money on me for this? I said, I don't know. I thought it would be good,
See, you don't understand women. She was actually really happy about it, but she was pretending to be mad at you. You don't understand that?
Well, no, I don't, because
in anime we call that a tsundere, because a tsundere is someone who actually really enjoys all the attention that they're getting, but whenever you give them attention, they start getting angry about it.
no, see, I really didn't understand, because see, my grandfather bought my grandmother flowers one day, and my grandmother threw him back, slapped him in the face, and said, "Who the heck you been cheating on me with?" And he was just trying to do a good gesture, man.
Yeah, you don't ever surprise your woman unless it's Valentine's Day, anniversary, or her birthday. Because if you do, there's a good chance you're gonna get accused of something.
Nah, see, my wife just likes it, man. I mean, I don't do
like
all the
doing nice things for people, so
see, I don't do all the Hallmark. I'll be honest, I don't do all
the
the Hallmark. I don't do all the Hallmark holidays. I just go ahead and do it randomly, and then she likes that more.
Usually, I don't get accused of cheating. You got to be a real psycho to think I'm going to cheat on you. Shit.
Louise says 44 roses because it was your mom's age.
Wow.
You opened yourself up for this one, Matt.
Yeah.
I don't.
Every show that I'm on, though,
See,
when Matt shows up, we're going to be talking about his hot mom.
Kelly says that means we're dating the wrong women.
Yeah, really, you're dating the wrong women. I agree with that.
Don't tell bankruptcy.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're not dating her anymore, so that technically
that's true.
Yeah, so with
only been engaged for like
you are dating, yeah, those are the wrong ones because you have a fiance. You shouldn't be doing that.
Man, I don't know.
Big Fish says I hate flowers and shit. I think. So who are you cheating with, Matt?
6 or 8 billion people in this world, man. I think I would just go ahead and just get a test to see if I was dating some of my siblings or something, you know.
So are you cheating on your mom or your wife? How does that work, Matt?
I ain't cheating on nobody, man.
Oh. So they know about each other?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna walk in. I'm not gonna even say. Yeah, I'm just gonna shut up. Not about what y'all said.
So,
I gotta get paid somehow. Sugar mama, come on now.
Oh yeah, his mom says Big Fish. You're cheating on your mom? How dare you?
How dare you?
Big Fish, do you like just flowers?
I mean, that's what I was referring that I was saying I wasn't going to comment on.
I don't know, man. I'm just
that subject.
Charles likes being deflowered.
Huh?
You heard me. I think cut flowers are bad for the environment and waste of money.
Yeah,
see, I like See, I get my wife carnations.
My fiance was the same way, so I used to buy her bulbs instead. That way she could just grow her own flowers from the bulbs, and they were like lilies or tulips or some shit like that. And
Jen P says marriage is overrated. Kelly says agreed.
Oh, I'm not getting married again. Oh, hell no. Ever, never.
Oh,
never.
That's what it is. They're the same person. Okay. I get it now, Matt. That's how you're not cheating. Dating his sibling. What the fuck is going on with Matt? It's not a sibling. It's his mom.
Well, I mean, she could be both.
I told you I got to
Yeah,
get
I
paid
know.
somehow, man. Sugar mama, you know.
Like his
Oh,
mama
man,
is his
Jesus.
sister. His mama be his sister. You didn't know that? But yeah, if a girl complains about flowers, oh, they're dead, then that's simple. You just buy her ones that are still alive. Then she can kill them, and then you can make fun of her
I'll be
about
honest. Last time my wife got pregnant, I sat there and said, "Man, why are you cheating on me with the mailman?"
Big fish. It's marriage. The leading cause of divorce is
marriage.
it's marriage.
Exactly. You shouldn't need a legal piece of paper from the state to know who the hell that you're with, period. She wants a ring, I'll buy her a ring. No problem.
Some women like them because they are a waste. It is like a religious sacrifice.
That's what it is. The man's being sacrificed. It's plain out and simple.
Jen says, I like flowers that I can plant in my garden.
See?
That's fair.
That's
Look,
what I'm saying.
I'll be honest.
You have a girl that doesn't like bouquets and shit, you just buy her something already plants that are still alive, and then she can keep them alive, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's always ways around it.
But yeah, you guys got me. I'm not gonna be able to dig myself out. I really don't know what was going on with the conversation, so you guys can just throw jabs at me.
Really?
Yeah, you know what's going on with the conversation. You already admitted it.
But really, you should know the person that you're with in the first place to know that they wouldn't like bouquets and shit, period.
Hey, the only thing I know is, man, I get my wife carnations because they can actually sit on the counter for a month without dying right away.
Dude, I thought it was illegal to marry your mom. I'm sorry.
Wait, hold up. Wait, it depends on the state, doesn't it?
Oh, that might be true. No, I'm pretty sure it's illegal in every state to marry your mom. You can marry your cousin in some states, but I don't think you can marry your mom.
Okay,
that's
okay. Kelly asked a personal question, guys. She said, I have to ask, how old are you three men? I am 54.
You're a liar.
I am 54.
You're a liar, because last night you were 92, and the night before that you were 74. Yeah, you're just full of shit, okay?
Big Fish is my witness. I am 54.
He's like 27. If I remember right, Matt is 35.
60.
And I'm 42. So, yeah.
I'm 60.
Charles is correct. I am 27. Matt is 35, and I think Charles said he was 42.
Yes. So I am the old man here, basically.
And I'm the baby of the community.
Yeah, like we couldn't tell by your voice. We're still waiting for your balls to drop. Seriously.
You guys are still waiting on me to take a picture with Frosty as proof.
You even kind of look like him. What are you talking about?
I thought that happens every New Year's. The ball drops.
Not his, man. We've been waiting a long time.
Tell that to my three kids Tell that to my three kids by three different women.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news there, Blake. No.
No, hey, you're gonna save me from child support if you know something I don't. Tell me.
Like, have you gotten a DNA test?
No.
I'm betting you haven't because you thought. No, I'm just kidding.
That's what.
Sorry, I was just saying.
You cannot ask a woman you are with and still with to get a DNA test. That's begging for death. You just can't. I mean, you probably wouldn't see it the next morning. You'd probably just get stabbed or something in your sleep.
I can confirm I have had a DNA test on my oldest.
Okay,
but that is the only one.
When was the DNA test? Before or after you were with the woman still?
Oh, no, it was long after. Like,
exactly. You see, you're just
Yeah,
a
like-
whore. There's a difference.
But I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
just saying, 8 billion people in this world. I mean,
Damn, Blake, how many baby mamas you got?
you get with somebody nowadays, 8
Who
billion
knows?
people on this planet, you better get a DNA test. You're probably dating somebody that's your sibling, is all I was going to say, you know? I mean, I just heard an article, though. I mean, there was somebody that was like some doctor or somebody that was like a sperm donor. And the dude has like 100, 120 kids out there from, you know, donating a sperm. So
The Australian guy that they based that movie on with Vince Vaughn. That's a real dude.
As bad as it sounds, I was not a good participant of safe sex. We'll just say that.
See, let me tell you this little tale, okay? If the woman has the weird shot, you never have to worry. It's very simple.
Talking about the implant or whatever.
No, they. I mean, the ones I'm used to is the girl would get a shot once a month or whatever, and it'd do this weird bubble thing, and then she'd never get pregnant.
No, you're fine, Kelly. Yeah, like I said, 27 for me, 35 for Matt, 42 for necessary.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a problem because we were just telling them last night.
So we like to come on here, talk crap, you know, just have a good time, hang out.
Yeah.
And USA, I can't say that because, like, me and my second son's mom were together for a year and a half after he was born, and she never had a scare, not once. And my fiance now, we've never had even a scare of her possibly being pregnant at all. And my youngest son is 4, and I've never once used any kind of protection. So the joke is only one per woman for me.
What was 40 years ago?
My youngest son was born. Well, going on 5 years now.
No. Luis said something about that was 40 years ago, Charles, and I was like, "What was 40 years ago?" I'm like, I wasn't even 2 years old back then.
But yeah, so the running joke with bankruptcy is I'm only allowed to have one child per person.
That makes sense. 3 kids, 3 women. I'm not even going to say why that's hilarious to me. You just have to know me. That's all I got to say. That'd be the equivalency of literally
Blake,
every
and
check.
the next month you're gonna find out you're gonna have another one the next month, Blake.
Probably not. It wouldn't be a negative thing because she wanted another one, but
She go. Most of the time, it's just been like, how many times in your lifetime have you ever had to use a condom? Other than throwing water balloons at people, of course.
Charles, you're vibrating.
Yeah, I noticed that. Probably some weirdo or something. I don't know.
it's big fish.
I'm starting to get used to the weirdo, so yeah.
The white Nick Cannon. Jesus Christ. Nowhere even near.
What is it?
I think wouldn't Elon Musk be the white Nick Cannon? How did we even get here? It wouldn't be Blake's. What wouldn't be mine?
So I got a question real quick. How do you
I'm
go
waiting.
ahead and how do you go ahead and like basically shut your backlight off on your phone and still be able to talk? So it saves
You
your battery.
can't. You can't.
Well, there's
First
it
there's mutes you
nighttime
immediately.
mode.
No, he's talking about on StreamYard.
Oh.
Yeah, StreamYard.
Yep, it mutes you immediately. You can't do it.
Well, I didn't know that. Because half the time when my phone comes unplugged, it freaking the screen changes to a different color, but that might, and people can't hear me, so that might be why. But mine just does this refresh thing every single time I do something. That's why I wait to hop on StreamYard.
Oh, Bug, I got a question for you. If
Yep.
I hit that end button, that means it just ends and gets me out of there, or what?
I think it should say leave for you, not end.
It says end.
It shouldn't.
Yeah, mine just says
I
leave.
don't know.
Oh, I think it's because you're a mod, ain't it? Because technically,
Yeah,
he can.
I don't think he can. I don't think he can end the stream unless he's simul streaming. I don't think he can end it. The baby, you said what? Oh yeah, that's a valid point, Luis.
Yeah,
If it did come,
so
if it did come back, I may have to get a DNA test.
I was about to say,
if she was pregnant.
if she gets pregnant, I'd be like, I want a DNA test because it ain't mine. And you got a logical
Yeah,
way to
she herself made the one per woman joke, so
yeah, throw it right back at her. Be like, hey, you're the one that said only one woman per one child. What is this, China? No, just kidding.
the next, yeah.
It wasn't 40 years ago. They were still
I'll tell you
doing
what,
this
though, man.
stuff like 20 years ago.
I'm listening, Matt.
Oh, I forgot what I was going to say.
What a douche muffin.
A douche muffin?
Hey, I can't help my brain, man.
What the hell is a douche muffin?
I don't know. I made it up.
I get douchebag because
Well, that just sounds. Well, that just sounds gross, dude. I don't even want to think about that. That sounds nasty.
Douche muffin.
I guess it'd be an uncooked muffin, right?
Really? Does that mean it's like pre-douchey muffin or post-douchey muffin?
Never mind. Anyways. Clear skies out here tonight.
Clear skies?
Now. It wasn't for a while for us.
I don't know. It's Florida. There's always clouds. There's a hurricane.
So anybody in the chat got any questions for me?
Ugh. Sorry, Scully. That conversation got pretty weird.
Yeah, if we have to suffer, then so do you, Matt. So stop trying to make an excuse to run away.
Yeah, I don't know. I opened up myself for something I didn't even know I was getting myself into.
You deserve it.
Man.
You're going to have to start getting used to it, man. You wanted to be part of this channel? Now you're part of it. Deal with it.
That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Just wait. And soon you'll have to do your own and this. And you're going to be like, you know what? I'm getting real fucking tired of YouTube. I swear it took me about 5 minutes to say that too. 5 minutes. I got to post live. I'm like, nope, I don't like this. It's stupid.
Matt, we got two questions for you. One, how hot is your mom? Two, is your mom attractive?
Really?
And Jen says, I don't really know anyone on the panel. I'm just chilling.
Hi,
yeah, that's
Jen.
kind of what
My
we
name's
do.
Matt.
I am Blake, aka Balake, aka Blue Eyed Trucker, aka Trucker Stock, aka Trucker's Talk. It goes on.
I'm Charles, Necessary Evil. I'm like nobody, so yeah.
I am also nobody. It's just my channel.
I'm serious at times. The majority of the time, I'm random.
Well, it's pretty bad. At least if I was on my channel, people would know who I am. Blake's just known as that guy that sounds like Frosty.
That is 100% facts.
Yep, that's
nice
your
to meet you too.
Right there, man.
I'm still
It's like,
waiting on Frosty to set up a day where he comes on here with me and we fucking fuck around with everyone. We change all of our stuff to the same thing and just talk back and forth.
y'all don't sound that much alike. You're like if Frosty hadn't hit puberty yet. I can hear the similarities, but I can still tell who's talking. But you might fool some
Oh.
people.
I was about to say,
Nice
tell
to meet
that to the
you.
40 people that said we sound the same.
Not the same, but similar. I will say that much. There's definitely similar traits.
See? Right
And
there.
I'm usually pretty good with voices. I'm really good with voices. But that's why I can tell the difference probably.
2, 3, or 4. Yeah. Jen says he does. I asked last night if it was Frosty.
No, Frosty, I think, was he? I'm pretty sure he's no, or am I thinking of the last time? Well, I know he was on Discord, but yeah.
Yeah, he's actually on my Discord.
Mm-hmm.
Him, Matt, Criminality's in there. Ruckus is in there.
Well,
You're
yeah,
occasionally in there.
and he ends his sentences a lot more harshly than Blake does. Blake's voice just carries on. That's how I can tell the difference, at least.
Oh, that, and I'm a lot more mellow about different subjects.
Well, that's what I said. He's a lot more harsh as the sentence goes on. So he presses the volume out when he speaks. You, on the other hand, are just talking. You could work with your voice, and you really could sound like him if you wanted to, but you're not trying.
Oh, yeah.
You're just speaking like yourself, which ain't nothing wrong with. Tommy is a little more bougie. I know, right? You'd have to work on the actual words you say and certain things because y'all say different things. That's another way you'd be able to tell the difference.
He's more bougie.
Yeah, bougie.
Bougie.
Tommy says a lot of dumb shit.
Matt, how are you in here twice, dude?
Twice.
What's up?
What the hell, Matt and Matt? It's his mom.
Yeah, how are you in here twice?
She doesn't trust him. She's checking on him.
Shooting on me.
He's like, wait, does that mean I talked to Matt's mom? Weird. That's weird. That's just weird.
His wife has been in here. So
Yeah,
his mom,
yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
I don't know. Matt, can you confirm if that was your wife or your mom or both?
That was my wife. I can try to get my mom on here.
Just joking, dude. Now, if she sounds the same, we know what's up.
Right. Not to mention, when your wife ever comes back, we're going to be saying, hi, Mom. And she's going to have no idea what the hell we're talking about, too.
Night, Scully. Or good day.
And I'm going to be
good
on
weekend.
The ground laughing my ass off when that happens, too.
Yep. Speaking of, guys, I think I'm going to end this stream. I am back at the terminal, so I'm going to go home and go to bed early.
Oh my God, I didn't have to talk until like 5 a.m. Oh my God, it's awesome. No. Huh? Yeah.
Well, I left super. I left super early today.
I know, right?
And now my wife's gonna hear the chat, and I'm gonna be in trouble.
Right? She'd be like, "Are
Good luck,
you
Matt.
cheating on me with your mother, Matt?"
Matt, have a good day. Don't do anything that Charles wouldn't do.
Don't do anything I would do. What are you talking about?
I'll just sit here and hold the steering wheel. That's just all I do. I'm a steering wheel holder.
Luis, Scully, anyone that's still in the chat and still awake, have a great weekend. I might try to put something together with Tommy tomorrow night. We'll see. I'll see if he's available.
What's tomorrow?
Good night, Big Fish. I didn't know you were still awake.
Good night, y'all. You guys
Pretty
are
sure
awesome.
Tommy's not available tomorrow. Sorry to burst your bubble.
I'll shoot him a text and see what happens.
Maybe on Sunday.
I hope I kept
and
you guys entertained.
Jen, yep, it's our pleasure. Anyone that didn't catch the conversation with Travis, I implore you to go back and look. It was a great conversation.
Tonight was a doozy
Or
for me.
if you're just not able to sleep, and Mac and Blake can, you always use an extra view, so you should go back and watch it again. And who knows, you might be able to sleep after listening to it a little.
Well, the next one, yeah. So I'm actually gonna go
that
ahead
in a
and
good way, honestly.
I'm gonna go live with you, man.
Who?
Oh,
Me?
you're going live on your page, right?
Yeah, I'm finishing a computer or whatever, because most of the time when I did them on my channel, I just did it on a phone, but I don't see why I can't.
I'm gonna be up for a long time, dude. I need some entertainment tonight.
Good
Oh,
night,
I don't
everyone.
know about going live tonight. Shoot.